Congratulations Realm of Russ on being the first. You're the best, or at least, the fastest.
Good evening, everyone. How are we this fine evening or morning or afternoon, wherever it might be in your time of the world? How are we today? Good evening, Russ. How are you going? Let me just move my windows around. Right, we are back. We are back in Satisfactory in VR. Russ asks, how goes it? It goes pretty decently. I've still got a bit of a hoarse voice from being ill recently, which you may notice. Hopefully I won't be too croaky tonight. But I'm over the worst of being sick. Azuren and Calcifer are still a bit under the weather and getting over it as well. We had COVID hammer us a week or two back, and we're all still getting over that. But I had a busy week at work. It was productive and just, excuse me, had a bunch of high priority stuff thrown at me. It's like, there's stuff that you should have been doing the last 4 years. Well, now it's urgent and we need it done in the next couple of months. So, hooray, town lines, Z lines. Yes, yeah, I'm a little bit croaky, just a little bit of frog in the back of the throat. So here we are on the beautiful planet of Massage 2ABB, on the in the not so beautiful swamp zone, and we have been here the last couple of sessions as we have been working on the beginnings of a large, for my scale large, it's not huge compared to some, nuclear power build. So the last couple of sessions have just mostly been layout and planning, because there's a heck of a lot to plan, and I wanted to figure out that the space, oh, my voice is quite croaky. Excuse me. The space I wanted to make good use of, and as always, I'm not so happy with just doing boxes. I've kind of gone for another circular design. So the idea here is, if I get, there's a high place. Let's go over here. It's a bit dark. It's apparently night at the moment. We'll just get back up to the top. These don't have power, so I can't use my hover pack here. So we have a center of a circle here, and we have 12 arms radiating out, and at the end of each 12 arms we have 3 nuclear reactors. Now these are not the final positions or styling of the reactors. I pretty much just put this around here to make sure spacing and layout would work. Yeah, deadlines suck, yes. So last time we started working on some sort of cosmetic blueprints as well, to sort of start bringing a bit of color, but also functionality to the setting. Last time we also did non-permanent positions, but we plonked down some blueprints up the back there for resource processing. So that tower there is an aluminium ingot factory. We have a steel factory there, and I think that one's Caterium, and there's wet concrete. We'll rebuild those. They're all blueprints. We'll rebuild those in a better structure, but it was just sort of get the placing done and start getting the resources in the area down. But today it is functional crunch time, as we are going to start making all the blueprints needed to make the factory. Now what I'm standing on here is an old blueprint. Well, not that old. It's from phase 3? Yes. So this is a blueprint which makes crystal oscillators, but it uses rubber and various other things, so it's not actually of use in this build. But I plonked it down here just to get an idea of how I'm going to fit all these little mini factories around here to add spacing in. But the problem with this is, because it's a circle, I can't bring them too far this way, otherwise they will overlap on the corners here. But the problem is these are all 5x5 blueprints, but at the back here, while they may overlap at the front, there's all this room here because these are 5x5. So we've got all this wasted space, like a big wedge of wasted space in the middle here. So a 5x5 blueprint really isn't a good use of this space. What's more, the concept was to have these walkways going out to each of the set of reactors, and I really wanted the walkway to continue through to the middle of the factory. Now if I take a 5x5 blueprint here and I cut a swathe of walkway through the middle, that means there's even less room in the blueprint than before. So I've kind of been thinking how better to use the space, and I came up with a plan that is going to be somewhat challenging, but I'll show you what I'm going to try and work with. So we have our 5x5 blueprint maker. Let's just chuck one down here. That'll do. It's just temporary. And I'm actually going to switch to the hover pack, because we do have power up here that will allow us to move around. So instead of having a 1 5x5 footprint, I made a left and a right blueprint. Now, I made this a while ago, so did I just leave them in the top? I think this is it. So this is like the right half of the blueprint, and we've got half a walkway through the middle there. So at the front here, because this is effectively the middle of the blueprint here, we have our 2.5 foundations here. So at the front, this would be the same width as that old blueprint there, but at the back, it's extended out with the extra space to make use of that extra wedge. So what we do is there's this one, and then there's the left-hand version, which is basically the same but flipped. And so now to make the blueprints I'm going to make, I need to make half the factory on the left side and half on the right side, and then merge them together to make one functional blueprint. And I'm going to try and keep the walkway in the middle. So it's going to be a bit challenging. It's going to be an interesting challenge, I hope. And I don't know if it's actually going to be enough space. Now, the walkway is only at this height, or actually we could change the height. The height doesn't really matter. But we can put extra machines above. So while the bottom of the blueprint is restricted to this kind of odd wedge shape here, the top, we could have a complete set of machines all the way across. So that way you would walk in here, but you would walk under machines. So as long as we don't bring it down too low, and we leave enough space, we do actually have the full width. So at the top here, we'd have 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it's 5, 6. Is it 6 or is it 7 across at the back? So we still only have 5 across at the front, but we have 7 across at the back. So we actually have a bit of extra space up the top. Now what happens when you put these two halves together, I kind of put them down over here, is you end up with something like this. So this is with the two together, and I've lowered it down so that the walkway here connects to the walkway beyond. And so these are just our circle foundation markers for around the circle, so they'll go in the end. But the idea here is if I copy the left side and I do it over here, helps if I rotate it to be the right way around. I think it lines up with that foundation. Trying to think where the center point is. I think that's the center point. And then we lower it down. So now these corner posts, they overlap fairly neatly. And you can see along the back here, we've got the two beams here that were on either side of the blueprint. So I'm not sure which is which, but we need to be very careful about going over this beam in the blueprint, because if we go too far over, it's going to collide with the blueprint next to it. So this is going to be a space challenger. Ah! Looking forward to the new walkabout course. Yes. Yeah, I like the lair walkabout courses, so it should be a good one. So this is what we're working with tonight, and we're going to start making functional blueprints. So this is gone. This is useless because it does not fit in the structure. I'm just going to park up here. Because the next question is what blueprints do we need to make and what are we going to start with? Because some of them are easy and some of them are hard. Getting gloopy, yeah. I'm not sure about the gloopy theme of the new lair, but all the other lairs have been great, so we shall see what it ends up being like. Okay, so if you remember in the last stream, I showed you a layout image that looked a bit like this. And this is my attempt to kind of fit the factories all the way around this center part here. Now I rearranged this a bit because now I'm fully committed to having this walkway go through the middle of each of these blueprints. And this original style was kind of 80 mm on a 5x5, but now we've got a 5 at the front, 7 at the back kind of structure. And we still have our resource factories down the bottom there. So this is the layout we're going for here, but what blueprints are we actually going to make first? And what do we need to make? So for that, we go over to Satisfactory Modeler. And this is kind of the master plan. And so each of these is a blueprint. And these, which are just piles of machines, will also be blueprints. So maybe we just start with these as an easy-ish one. Maybe we start with that, which is just 25 assemblers. Now, do we do 25 all in one, or do we do 12 and then another 12? Now, the problem with this is, if I recall, yes, this is going to be an output of 2,250, and the maximum belt speed is 1,200. So I guess if we split this 50-50, we would have enough output to cover the full amount of quick-wire output. So if we do 12 on the left, 12 on the right, with a bit of overclocking to hit the 25, that should do for our quick-wire output. So it's an assembler, so it's not too easy, but it's just a bunch of assemblers. So let's start with the quick-wire one. That should be pretty straightforward, I think. Where's my game window gone? Right, there it is. Right, so I'm not going to build the blueprints here because the swamp is a musty place and it's a bit crowded at the moment, and eventually we're going to have actual factories here. So I've actually set up a blueprint headquarters up on the top there, which is in the next zone over. And it's a little bit of a nicer place over there. Still gets very dark at night. So 25 assemblers to make a buttload of quick-wire. And we need to fit it into an odd-shaped blueprint structure. All hail the gloop. So I was also experimenting with that last bit that butts up to each set of refiners there as well. So this is what I've come up with here. So you have your entry here, and then there's a left and right version of the blueprints. So this first machine here makes the encased uranium cells, and then this blueprint here takes those uranium cells and turns them into the fuel rod. So I've kind of done a bit more work since the last stream to set up the conveyors in their basic positions and such, and when you glue them together, it looks a bit like this. And on the other side, actually I don't think this version's the latest version over here. I think this is missing. I made some changes to the glowy bits, but let's get rid of this because we're not working on that at the moment. Oh, manual stuff. Quest is complaining about my floor level. I think my floor level's fine. I'm just hovering, that's all. Okay. So let's clear all these, and you may notice I have 4 blueprint makers up here. And I've kind of shoved them as close together as I possibly can, so I can work on adjacent blueprints and get a better idea of how to visually see them. Okay, so we've got left and right blueprints. So this would be the right. Did I get that right? I did get that right. And this would be the left. So if we do want to build kind of in the middle, these pillars here will give us a guide as to where things will overlap across the 2 blueprints, so we can kind of hopefully space it together. This is going to be an interesting challenge. Defo not Brandon, I'm surprised you haven't thrown up yet. Respect to your stomach, just watching the stream makes me woozy. Well, firstly, watching a stream of VR is very different from being in VR, and it's a constant challenge to try and share VR footage, because this world is tracking my head one-to-one. So when I look around, it's just like I'm here. I'm not in my study, I'm not anywhere else. I am here within the world of Satisfactory on Massage 2 AVB. Now, that said, movement like this does affect some VR players, but I've been in VR long enough that my brain knows that just because the world is moving around me, or even turning, like the world turning like this, my brain knows, he's just in VR, it's all good. Yeah, it does feel different. Taking this long to get a slime thing course. So yeah, defo not Brandon. I don't know if you've used VR before, but there's certain levels of discomfort or comfort with different VR experiences. This is definitely a challenging VR experience if you are new to VR, but if you've been in VR for a while, this is just pretty standard stuff. As long as you've got a good frame rate, it is actually a wonderful, chill, relaxing time. Like even shooting yourself out of hypertube cannons is no problem at all. Right, we're going to need 25 assemblers. How many assemblers can we cram in this blueprint? Now see, if we brought the assemblers down the front here, we couldn't fit 2 across without going over the edge there. So we could run 3 this way, 3 or 4 this way, and that can go right up to the pillar there. So maybe that's a better layout, because otherwise we could do like 2 around this way and 1 facing this way. I kind of like having the 3 facing this way, and there's actually a lot of room there. You have for static VR like Beat Saber and stuff? Yeah, Beat Saber and stuff, the world, your position is still, you're not moving. So your Beat Saber is a great intro to VR because it's not going to do crazy movement. Judging from the way the 2D elements jiggle around, I think the stream stabilization is working at least. Yes, and I've fixed it so if I go into a UI, it should properly switch the stabilization so the UI is stable. So when I have a UI open like this, you'll probably see the background shake even more than usual, because heads naturally vibrate, which makes actually capturing smooth VR challenging. So when the interface is closed and I'm back like this, yes, the stabilization is now on. So you are actually seeing a smoothed version of what I am seeing. But again, my head does jiggly motion, and because the world perfectly matches it, it doesn't feel out of place to me. Never been good with VR games that require me moving. Always been weak as a passenger in a car. I have to travel with my head out the window. Okay, now that's interesting because car sickness is actually kind of the opposite to VR sickness. One is that you're moving and your body thinks you're not, and the other one is you're not moving but your body thinks you are. So they are quite different, but I can understand that if you have an issue with one, it may also affect you with the other. My head is too big for your body to handle. Yes, I have a bobblehead. Okay, so very loosely, we're going to try putting 3 across here. And because these are this high, I can put a manifold underneath there. But I need to leave enough height to allow me to... We need to use vertical lifts, is the short of it. And we need to use vertical lifts so that... Actually, we don't for this one. This one's easy. If we can cram 25 in here, we don't need to use vertical lifts. And we can drop this way down low. Actually, no, I'll leave those in place. Because for the blueprints that we need to stack, it's going to be a bit more complicated because we're going to have manifolds going vertically as well. And vertical lifts, you need a bit of space below them to be able to properly attach them. So we could do this there. That is clipping into the pole, but just move it that way. Now, I think I left enough for a vertical manifold. Let me just check. Okay, if I put this on the ground, there's enough room for a vertical manifold, which means this does need to either go up or down to properly line up. Ah! That's 2 power outages. Definite knack to keeping your head still. Your brain can't easily link to you lose your lunch. Hang on, I've got to scroll back in the chat. Anything regarding perception of movement to actual movement? Yes, yeah. Your in-ear gets confused if your brain can't match what your ear thinks it's doing. Brandon, there are other things you can try. So turning a fan on and blowing air on you, some people find that helps. Some people find that eating ginger helps. The ginger helps settle the balance. Do you let your tongue loll out? Be sure it's just helping them on hot days. Yeah. Okay, right. Okay, let's put... So the next assembler, we either need to go up or down. And I think up would be cool. We're getting close to the edge there, so we may need to tuck this in to here in order to fit 3 across here. Because we don't want to cross this line here, otherwise it could run into the next blueprint along. So if we put that there, is level with that one. Eat or drink something to take your mind off it and it will reset back to normal. Oh, okay. Actually, yeah, Juggler's an expert because he's thrown a lot of people into Satisfactory VR who were noobs and has experience with them having motion issues in VR, for sure. Justice Guy, I'm good with VR until I didn't ask for the movement. Yes, yes, absolutely. And this is the thing, is every time I move, it's because it's in a response to what my controls are telling it to do. And so it feels natural. But if I'm moving along and the camera moved against my will, or I suddenly got moved and there was no good reason for it, that's when it can really trigger bad motion sickness. I'm getting better at cutscenes that randomly move the character around, but it's still not a great feeling. Okay, how far in are we here? Yeah, that is a beam. That is... Come on, show me my... measurement being 5 meters. So we're 5 meters in from the edge here. Or are we not 5 meters? Oh, this is a... Why? Oh, well, I guess we'll just try and build it on the other side as well. Because we're doing this back to back, I need to do both sides symmetrically here. So if I put that up against the edge... Oh, that's right. These overhang by 1/2 meter. That's what's different. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, okay. And up by 1. So that is lined up with the other one there. Oh, we didn't go far enough. There are no leviathans here. Stop it. Clipping is hurting me more than anything. How could I? What clipping? Half-Life 2 VR mod switches to tunnel vision for carboat levels once it starts moving. Yeah, there's some do a vignet to help with that sort of stuff. Out of curiosity, what sort of hardware are you running to get such a stable frame rate for Satisfactory in VR? I am running, I'm using a Quest 3. I have a 9800 X3D AMD CPU, which is pretty grunty. And I was fortunate enough to be able to afford a RTX 5080 before the price went batshit crazy. So I have a fairly powerful computer. I have been tweaking these settings for years. So I am running with DLSS in performance mode, and DLSS 4 is magic. It really does a good job of upscaling and keeping all the detail, so you wouldn't be able to tell that it's necessarily upscaled a lot. I'm also targeting 60 frames a second, so you can't see my performance display there, but basically I'm using virtual desktop and I'm targeting 120 frames a second in virtual desktop, but I have Space Warp permanently on, which means that the game just has to render at 60 frames a second, which fortunately matches what the Twitch stream wants. So the game is rendering... Oh, the Z fighting. Look, the Z fighting I will clean up. This is scaffolding, okay? This is entirely... Yeah, this is Z fighting from the blueprint makers. If I can't get the blueprint makers close enough without the Z fighting, actually I could snap it to an offset. Next blueprint I'll fix the Z fighting. The Leviathan is summoned by the clipping. Yeah, well, the world was starting to go to crap jugular, and things are already starting to go a bit crazy, and the price was still hadn't gone up at that point on graphics cards. So it was expensive, but I went, no, I need to do this now, otherwise I'm gonna never get a decent graphics card. So yeah, I did pay quite a lot for my graphics card. I was hoping for like a 6080, something like that, but there was not time. Like Subnautica VR, but I only played it a bit without that enhancements mod. The animation for getting in and out of craft is one of the movements I don't like. Yeah, there's an extra mod for Subnautica that is excellent, that removes all those extra animations. Highly recommend. That's what I stream on Saturdays. So if you're curious about Subnautica in VR, tune in on Saturdays. And I'll show you... And that's where the Leviathan jump scares really kick in. Russ has given up on GPUs for the foreseeable future. Yeah, it's a bit stupid at the moment. You got your new PC 2 to 3 weeks ago, right as the pricing went to shit. Yeah, you got a 9850 X3D and a 5070. Okay, that's pretty good. Like, you could probably get 45 frames a second out of Satisfactory. So if you upscale that to twice, you'd get 90 frames in the headset and 45 rendered, which is probably what I would target if I wasn't streaming. If I wasn't streaming, I'd probably aim for 90 and I'd maybe turn on Lumen or something shiny like that. But as it is, I can't. And not with keeping 60. Like, it struggles to get 60 at the moment. It does dip below 60. I could space these out a bit, because these are really close to each other. You can't watch on Saturdays, but I'm also avoiding the Subnautica spoilers as I'm on your first playthrough. That's fair enough. Remember the new friend who played his first Satisfactory playthrough in VR? Yes. He asked the rest of the Satisfactory, why do I have to make 10 different things just to make one thing I want? So far only played VR with a regular controller. Oh, okay. Yes, no, the Subnautica VR motion control mod is excellent. The problem is if I move this way, it's going to encroach on the space here, so I think I need to leave them this squashed. Okay, right. We are making fused quick wire. We are taking not much stuff in, and we are outputting a lot of quick wire. Now, I've been working on updates to the mod. You can now long press the middle button to copy settings. And now, just today, I've added a HUD enhancement, so it will tell you if you're pointing at a machine or not. So I can point down there, it says assembler, I can hit copy, and then I can come over here, paste, paste, over here, paste, 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 done. So these should now be quick-wire. Hooray! Any problems with Satisfactory VR? Yes, I did make the Satisfactory VR mod. I am the mod author. I was a Satisfactory addict before I started the mod, and it was actually the start of 2024 when Praydog released the first UEVR release. That I went, yes, I can finally play Satisfactory in VR, and I loaded it up, and it was not good. It was pretty terrible because there's a lot more to doing a VR mod than just showing the image in 3D. Like, the user interface was terrible, aiming was terrible, everything was terrible with UEVR, with you know, a semi-decent profile. And so that's when I started learning how to mod games. And I worked on it for about a year and a half before I released version 1.0, but there were lots of people testing it before then. And yeah. I did say, well, like, UEVR got past the largest hurdle, which is how do I get this stuff to render with the VR motion, with the VR perspective, and how do I get VR controls in, because there was no support within Satisfactory for the VR, the OpenXR plugin, and there still isn't currently, but it's on the to-do list. Now, do I merge these directly with above, or are these going to be their own merge line? I don't know yet. Is the Subnautica motion control mode as Satisfactory? Other modern games I play controls are cool for 5 minutes. You can't actually play the game because there are enough buttons. So the Subnautica mod, I would say, is nowhere near as comprehensive, but the interface for Subnautica, but the Subnautica interface is a lot simpler, so you don't need the dozens of buttons or the hundreds of buttons that Satisfactory does. So it is very playable. I've been playing from the start only in VR, and I've got about 30 hours into it. Now, I did make my own Steam VR control layout for Subnautica that was closer to what I'm used to in Satisfactory, but it's not one for one. Now, one of the problems that that mod has that I addressed in my mod is if you have a button that does something, it always does it. So if you are in a menu and you press a menu button and that button is also change battery, then it will also change battery. There's no context at all. Whereas what I've done with my mod is there's 20 to 30 player contexts and the controls completely change or partially change based on those contexts. So if I land and look at my hands, the buttons here do certain things. So the A button is the build menu, the B button is equipment, and over here the X button is dismantle mode, and the Y button is scanning. But if I'm actually building something, like I'm actually in build mode, the controls have now changed so that the A button now changes your build mode, your build variation. The B button changes selection of parts. What is next? Oh, that's snap. So you now hold X for snap, and Y is now rotate. So the controls have completely changed based on the fact that I'm now building. And so similarly, the new copy settings mode, if I long press the stick in, now that I'm in copy settings mode, A is now copy setting and B is now paste setting, and trigger is also paste setting. So they stop being the other functions and now they are the functions specific for being in copy settings mode. And then when I cancel copy settings mode, now I'm back to A being the build menu and B being equipment select. And there are over 100 different context control mappings that I map to 10 buttons and 2 sticks, I think it is. VR can be used for quite a lot of games made with Unreal. Seen quite a few people playing games like Poppy Playtime and some other UE horror games in VR. Boombox win. Yes, hang on, I'll get back to Boombox. Controls are conditional if you're in a menu here. Yeah. Yep. And so yeah, when you're in an interface here, the controls down the bottom there are all specific to user interaction menu, and here I'm also emulating the mouse, where here I'm not emulating mouse, I'm actually controlling the camera aim. So yeah, it was an interesting challenge, but yeah, UEVR out of the box will get you the perspective. With a little bit of profile tweaking, you can sort of track models, but the whole dynamic controls, custom user interface, like I've hidden most of the default interface, and now I've added custom menus, custom radial menus as well, that are the VR controls and the VR interface. So yeah, there's a lot of VR mods out today, and they vary from you can look around to it's a very complete control and user, near native experience. So whenever I see this mod works great in VR, I have to question where on that scale it is. UEVR supports plugins and it supports pack installs as well. So a UEVR plus enhancements can get you a lot of what I've done here, although what I've done here is mostly done as a Satisfactory mod for Unreal Engine, which talks to UEVR. So my UEVR profile is quite simple. It just talks to the mod and it passes things like the controller raw signals across, and then my mod does a lot of the extra interpretation. Okay, so when these are glued together, we will need to manually put the connections there. We have now done 6 of these. We need 25 total. We need another 19. 19. I mean, 6, 12. We could just do 4 stacks of 24. How am I going to fit the rest of them in? Let's do a floor on a higher level. That'll help us decide how to place the next bunch of them. And we will have like an extra bunch of meters that way, which is the other side of that blueprint. But this sort of covers the right side and the middle. So how do we lay out 19 assemblers? I mean, we could do the same and have 3 across. Or we could lay them across this way. I need to be careful not to overlap that diagonal. Okay, so that is overlapping the diagonal. Only a little bit. I mean, we could overclock them. Like, if we overclock them all to 150%, then we need less, and that might be the way of making it more efficient. That's a little over the edge, and that might be... It depends what the next blueprint along is. Actually, if we go with the center one here, the center one is centered. That's not centered. Okay, that is centered. When it comes to mods in general, I sort of think, does this feel native to the game? Is this something devs would be happy with if they'd done it? If those boxes are checked, chances are it's a good mod. Yeah, I mean, now that Satisfactory is building controller support, the UVR default experience will be much less painful. But modded is night and day for that. Yes, true. Although it's interesting how Coffee Stain and their controller mappings are completely different to what I came up with. But that's fine because VR controls are very different because you have the ability to point with the control. In a normal controller, unless you've got gyro aim, you don't have that. So you can't just point where you're going. So you have to rely on the sticks to aim, which gives a less than stellar experience. So as a result, their control scheme and control layout is very different to what I would do here. Okay, so we've got those there. Okay, these can come forward a bit. I didn't realise they were quite that far back. Which means those might be able to come this way a bit as well. Oops. Really wish they hadn't have broken the snap function. Yes, and your default game controller does have more buttons than the VR controllers. Absolutely. Although once the Steam frame comes out, we will have more buttons. Could be interesting. Okay, so if we did this way, we'd have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 6 plus 8 is 14. 14 times 1.5 is not enough. But if we did 8 plus 16 plus 6, 16 plus 6, oh math, come on, 20, 28? No. 16 plus 6 is 22? 22. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. Look, 8 times 2 plus 6 is 22, but we needed 25 total. But we could just overclock a few of them to make up the difference. Or if we just made it 8 plus 6, 8 plus 6, no, that's a 7. 8 plus 6, 14. We'd have to do nearly 200% to get the 25 we're at. And I'd really don't want to overclock on that much if I can avoid it. Very curious to see what happens with Steam input comes up with full frame controllers and flat games. Well, I'm guessing that they would come up as basic controller buttons because the Steam frame controllers have all the basic controller buttons. Always been very much sensitive to scope of a game. If it's a sandbox-like project, so avoid Minecraft, sod it. Show them how you want to enjoy it, right? But for games that have a set scope, like Subnautica Satisfactory, I start adding mods. I like them to be as non-invasive to the vanilla experience. Absolutely. And I'm running a very minimal mod setup, other than the VR mod. And the VR mod is just how you interact with the game. Everything else, I'm pretty much playing untouched. There's a few other ones that go well with the VR mod, like train interiors, although that hasn't been updated yet. But other than that. Now, I could rotate these so that they more match what's up above. Let's try it on this side as a concept. I think if we do it this way, though, it's going to kind of get really close to our walkway.
Incoming propaganda broadcast
that's
detected.
not too bad. Having the
Please
ladder
seek
just
shelter.
over the edge is fine. That looks to be about lined up. That's a decent bit of spacing. That's not clashing. And then this would be kind of there. How's that? Oh, that was actually quite a bit further forward. Might have to move that back. But that is... How does that compare with this? That's 1 meter to the side of that. And that is 2 meters to the side. Okay. So it's spaced out a little bit more. But I think, because this way it would actually be symmetrical between the bottom layers and the top layers, but I think we need to move those back. Oh, it is centered at the moment though. Which means we pretty much need to move everything over by 1 meter. Which is fine, that might actually work in our favor, because that will give us more room on that other side. Although we are running into the problem of how do we bring the resources in to begin with. will be challenging. Okay. Quality of life more than anything, just not a fan of, oh, it turns out Street in a battle royale with dinosaurs and lightsabers, yeah. Steam input will... To be fair, not many Satisfactory mods go that far in converting it. Like, there's things like you can add new buildables to do renewable energy, for example. There are ones that help with building, so like infinite nudge and things like that, that lets you build things that you otherwise can't. I even avoid those ones. The Satisfactory base tool set is pretty flexible already, I find. Steam input will treat the buttons as button, but where the Steam controller has gyro grip sensors and touchpads, the frame controllers have double gyro and multiple grip sensors. Yes, true. Yes, like there'll definitely be opportunities where your frame controllers could do some interesting mappings to basic Steam games. So you could actually use like the right controller gyro for aiming in a first-person shooter, which would be quite interesting. Likewise, though, the Steam controller is tracked in 3D space by the Steam frame. Did you know that? Probably. Anyway, I'm going to take a quick break and I'm going to go get a drink. We will be back after a short ad break. Back soon.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay, we're back. Just this guy, I discovered the hard way that when using unrecognized controller to play VR games, it's very important to have hand tracking turned off. Got very confused when your Quest kept trying to send gesture clicks to Club Nautica. Yes, like even the Quest can have a combo mode where it supports both controllers and hand tracking at the same time as well. So, yeah. Thanks, Russ. So we are here on the edge of the Titan Forest, because it's a prettier place than the swamp. So we are working on our swamp nuclear power station build, and we're working on blueprints. And we've made things complicated for ourselves by having a circular design, which means our factory bits are not square. So we've got a base blueprint here that is like 5 foundations across at the front and 7 foundations across at the back to try and fit our factory in. But we've got it spread across 2 blueprints. And we probably should save these blueprints before we get too far ahead, although technically we're just chucking assemblers down so far, trying to figure out how this is all going to fit. So this is quick wire. Left. And I've rearranged these a little bit, so now there's a whole section for power where I have the nuclear parts blueprints can go in here. And this one will be quick wire. That's spelled wrong. Okay. Now, because the Z fighting is triggering some people, I will just fix it. Ah! That redeem seems to be going off every cooldown. Hey Dippy, how's it going? Good morning, good morning. Okay. So basically we need to raise that up just a smidge. So let's use our vertical nudge blueprint and raise it 1 millimeter. Might as well rebuild these so the entire thing is 1 millimeter higher. Oops, get rid of that. And now if I build this on top, maybe 1 millimeter wasn't enough, or drum roll. Damn it. try again. So either I stuffed it up the first time or didn't snap to the right place. What am I snapping to? Should just snap to the foundation. That looks like it's not Z5ing. Ta-da! The ones up the back will still Z5. Just don't look at those. Okay, we're trying to cram 25 assemblers worth of quick wire onto a couple of lopsided blueprints. Right now we're just trying to space things out correctly. DP, did you get 1.2 working under Linux yet? I mean, these could come closer, I suspect. Just how exactly am I going to get resources in here? Okay, that entire manifold there has to go if we're rearranging it. Which is unfortunate, because I kind of liked that. That's backwards, damn it. Well, it's in the right position, so I'm going to put it there just to help me line up the next one. I also realized I needed to nudge it up a meter higher. See, this is going to overlap the walkway a bit. Maybe the bottom floor I do have 1 meter over. Maybe it won't mind so much. It's working at factories, so hopefully I can also return to Satisfactory on your day. You mean a real factory? Or a Factorio factory. Yeah, I like that position because it actually lines up quite nicely with the walkway. Like, yeah, it overlaps a bit, but it's still neater. I did not raise those up a meter though, so I will have to go raise these up. And was it that far forward? I think so. No, it was there. That's where it was. So the bottom manifold, we can bring it right up in the middle here and feed it either way. That's possible. But how do we get the resources to the top floor is the burning question. It's really hard to tell if it's the right distance apart. Yes, it is. Okay. Like we could do, actually, we could do, have this come up here. That might actually be a good thing because this space is unused. And we've got this vertical space here, so we can bring these up like this to the next floor above. Cool, I think that will work well. I really hope they're all in the right position now. A real factory? You buried your dream of a successful software developer career? Really? Working at factories legitimately 10 times easier. I've done it years ago. Oh, okay, cool. Have to figure out how to get the output out of all this as well to get to, but maybe we bring it around and use this space again there to bring it up and down. Now, if this is going to have the throughput of the entire amount of copper and caterium, how much is that? $937 copper and 187 caterium, but it's also halved, which means a Mark V belt and a Mark II belt would be enough for in perpetuity. Majority of software developers mention stuff like AI native, which makes you... Yeah, I did wonder, like, industry software development is very rapidly going the way of, you need to know AI and how to make it do what you want. Okay, this could be ugly. Oh, this could be ugly. Like, it'll snap. That is technically joined and merged. Can we come out another meter here? Because we're going to need to have enough space, preferably, to chuck a right angle. Yeah, okay, we could bring that forward and still have enough space. Only just, though. And if we want to put it in a splitter and merger, we wouldn't. That's the problem, is like if this went into a splitter or a merger here, that's pretty much as close to the front as we could get. But we could have this come up like this and then go across the top like that. So this could run across to the others that way. And that can also be compacted more. So let's go with that. So I only need to rebuild these like 15 times and eventually I'll get it right. So that's what, no, that's not where it was. That's where it was. But now we're putting it there. That way we could either put it there, and that looks fairly neat snapped into there like that. Actually, it doesn't. What? Why is that sticking out there? Fine, I'll do it the other way around. It's a shame I can't have it, like, nudged 1 meter that way, but that is cleaner than the other way. I have the reverse problem that I'm not allowed to use AI for generating code. Wow, okay, due to legal concerns. Fair enough. Managers still ask if I can leverage AI to improve productivity. Yeah. There you go, Dippy. You can have a job entry there. I mean, you can do it. Like, I sometimes ask AI how to do things, not to do it for me. Especially if it's like messing around in a language I'm not familiar with. It's like, well, I've been told I need to do this in this particular language. How do I do that? And then it'll show me the syntax. Like, I think AI, personally, I think AI is useful for the boring stuff, like boilerplate and that kind of stuff. It has its uses. No, that's ignoring the whole morally grey thing of how these things are taught. Okay, so I said Mark 5 and Mark 3. So we need to pick now. Well, we don't need to pick now. Actually, I'll just make them all Mark 3 now. And what we'll do is we'll upgrade to Mark 5, the one that will be used for copper. So if this is coming out here and feeding up here, this manifold on this floor will actually go in towards the center. Okay, now here's a question. I could actually lower this down. Nah, I've got more vertical space up here. But yes, being in software development in a business org that doesn't care so much about morality is going to make finding ethical developer jobs much harder. If you're bothered by the ethical concerns of AI. Anti-AI, which is not helping the job search. Yeah, well, depends what industry you're in, but software development is really being hit hard because this AI is actually becoming competent. I do share Dippy's concerns, though, in that a lot of AI currently is heavily subsidized. And one day the AI companies are going, here's the real price. And everyone will be already dependent on it and will be screwed. So, yeah, that's another reason why I'm still coding the old way for most things. I think I'm amazed the word Luddite isn't being used more. And the word actually applies. Change dealer's first dose is still being served. Absolutely. Like, the whole AI industry is a mess that is going to explode. Okay, did I get the positioning right on this side? I'm going to assume yes, optimistically. Okay, so I can use this pillar here as an alignment tool. So this support here, which is in the middle here, goes to the edge of the pillar. So if I come to, and that's the edge of the right pillar here. So that foundation there is the equivalent of there. Which means if I then nudge it over this side here, that will be my reference point for building the assemblers on this side. These foundations are temporary, like the final one won't have those in it at all. I was not picky, but coming from blue collar work I can no longer do. Yeah, fair enough. Like, as in you physically can't do the blue collar work and you're looking for white collar stuff? Yeah. Oh, I didn't move these forward. Damn it. Okay, that's the right positioning there. Okay, and up the top here, I'll do the same thing again. Now, where is the positioning? So if we look at how this one's lined up here, it's lined up sort of 1 meter in from there, and it's sitting over the grill a little bit. So over the grill a little bit, and 1 meter in. So that should merge and line up with those ones. Some personal work that I never have time for and aren't in my core technologies have been considered vibe and coding for those. Time thing still doesn't have a magic solution. So yeah, for personal projects, I've not been vibe coding. I still object to having the AI do too much. But the AI is certainly helping hold my hand when I'm dealing with technologies I'm not familiar with. And it has been empowering. But the thought of vibe coding scares me, because if you don't understand what it generates, that's what I fear the most. Like, I cannot have AI do something unless I know at the end and understand what it's doing and why. Whereas, yeah, a lot of vibe coding is like, oh, it works, don't know how, but it works. It's like, that's not good. I just realized these at the end probably need to be mergers. Sorry, not mergers. Yes, mergers. No, rotated. Because the inputs are going to come from that way. Did I have them opposing on the other side? Yeah, I don't know about Russ's AI was sexy. I do know what she's referring to. Okay, I did have them alternating heights. Oh well, I guess I'm going with it. No! How? Why? Okay, let's see if this side lines up. Damn it! Now I remember. These are 1 meter out because I moved these 1 meter out to make more room for the walkway in the middle. Ooh. You know what that means we're going to do? We're going to have machines that are ½ meter apart. What could go wrong? It's either that or leave a gap somewhere that will look really ugly. Okay, so this needs to be a further meter that way. But to keep this one in the middle, that means this one here needs to be a ½ meter that way. I'm sure it'll work out perfectly fine. Man, I was hoping to have most of these blueprints done tonight, and I'm still faffing around with the first one. Ah. No, not necessarily pretty finished, but at least functional finished. Okay, let's try that. I might use holes to line those up more snugly, although they're pretty good. I just hate having this massive extra space there. It just annoys me. That's better. That's neater. I mean, I could tuck them in even tighter so that they line up with those, but that'll do for now. Yeah, see, now this one's in closer than that one, so maybe I will move them in closer. My alignment sensibilities are being triggered. Not quite what I wanted, thank you. Thank you. Now they are equally smooshed. I just realized I need to do another layer of this, don't I? I said 25 of the blighters. Or at least 25 divided by 1.5. I don't know if I've got enough room for another row. Should. Either that or I'm going to be rebuilding everything again. Oh, that's right. This is only 2 on this side because the middle one is the middle one. If that logic makes any sense. Yeah, these one needs to be 1/2 meter. Ugh. 1/2 meter that way. Hopefully that won't stuff up elsewhere. I'm really good at knocking up pigs. Tiny Pirate, I am not a Kiwi. I am an Aussie. Or if you're talking about knocking up pigs and Russ is also an Aussie. It can't be perfect. I mean, it would be very late at night for a Kiwi. Because they really are living in the future in their part of the world. Did I move this one across? Yes. No. Yes. Yes. $11 PM is stunning. Oh, okay. Yep, it's 7 PM here. Yeah, okay. Not super late yet. I just realised it is actually fairly early here still. It feels like I've been streaming longer than I have, but I actually started reasonably on time tonight. Yeah, 7 PM West Coast of Australia, 9 PM East Coast of Australia, and 11 PM New Zealand. Okay. Yeah, 11 PM is when us old people tend to go to bed. Or at least this old person does. Not as chipper as they used to be. Okay, I think we've got it. I think we actually have something we can almost call done. Now, we don't actually need all 25 assemblers right now. We actually are aiming for half throughput because there are parts of this build that will require Mark 6 belts, and we will not have Mark 6 belts when this power station goes online. So we are aiming for half capacity first, but it doesn't make much sense to just build half capacity now without at least planning for full capacity for the rest of it. So I'd rather build as much as I can now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, See, if they're 200%, that'd be 26, and that would be nice. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 28. Did I get the math wrong, or just can I not count? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, 28. So 28 is too much. But I could make it vertically stackable and just stick 2 on top of each other. The alternative is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The alternative is 14 plus 8, 22, and then overclock a couple. Just a little bit. And that way this is just a single layer and it will fit in the factory much better. Justice Guy, 12 p.m? 12 p.m. as in afternoon, lunchtime? Russ, I'll probably crash out about then too, to be honest. Session in the morning. Ooh, is this an early morning session, Russ? Are you still doing the early morning grind for your players? Okay, save. Save. Lunchtime soon, right, okay. Let's give this a quick experiment to see how these fit together. I mean, this is probably going to be the most painful because it's the first time I'm making a blueprint with this weird-ass double blueprint non-square layout. Hopefully the other ones will be a little bit more flexible. So the center is... Oh, let's move the center across because we just don't have room. Okay, then we nudge them across. That is nudging diagonally. That is... Why? Why? That's better. And like magic, we have a blueprint with a walkway down the middle, and efficient use that is only 5 meters across at the front, or 5 foundations across at the front, and 7 foundations across at the back. Ah! Splash. Get out of the water. Okay, need a bit more power over this corner. But I think this may work. At least for this blueprint, I think this is workable. The question is, can we fit another set of 8 on another floor above with the same spacing? Because I don't want to have to rebuild that floor again. Because we could lower it all a meter. It would be really annoying. Yeah, I think there's enough room here. Oh, not you. No! Yes! Yes! It's going to fit. Excellent. Because this is the same spacing. We've just got a little bit above the meter there. A little bit above the indicator thingy there. So now we just need to get it all lined up. Well, let's see. This one was just past the middle mark. I think that was there. Sort of, you're down a player, so we're starting an hour later than normal at 6 a.m. 6 a.m. is a little less batshit crazy, but still. I am not a morning person though, so you would not get me role-playing at 6 a.m. But all power to you. Starting early to accommodate her time zone, but push back now, and now she's gone. Cool. Now the problem with this is this needs to now be a vertical manifold, so we're going to have to use vertical splitters and fun shenanigans like that, which means all the spacing that I've set up there is going to change. But that's fine, that's just rebuilding one lift. I can deal with that. Oh, that's not in the right spot. You're not either. Hey, relax. For once, not happy for the Friday reminder. Start your long journey back home now. Ah, so you've been on holidays. Relax. How's the holiday been going? Have you? You haven't done any parental genocide or anything? I don't know how well you get on with your parents. I still haven't actually done the output merges. I'm just going to kind of assume that will kind of work with the spacing I've got here. It's good. Unfortunately, I've not changed races yet, so more time on the beach reading today. Change races. Get along fine with your parents. Cool, cool. I don't know with your sister early in the week though. Ooh. I mean, I get on well, pretty well with my father, and I got on well with my mother before she passed away. Although I was a pretty boring goody two-shoes, so I was not much of a rebel. Still need to connect up power as well, so we're not quite out of the design woods yet. We're going to eyeball this. Actually, we can eyeball it with the indicator because that'll be the same thing, so that should be level there.
Incoming Pioneer reinforcements.
Whoa, raid incoming.
Ader Phasma is leading a force of
Hey,
26
Ader Phasma,
viewers.
how's it going?
Thanks for the raid, Ader Phasma, and welcome everyone to the channel.
Welcome, raiders, welcome. How are we all going today? Awesome raid message! Hey, Nagrath Demon, how's it going? Garden Green 37 and Ader Phasma and Daddy Dennis. That is grey on my text view. So I can just read it. Hello, raiders, how are you going? My name is Dordama. I am streaming Satisfactory, as I suspect Ader was as well. I did lurk in your stream earlier in the week, Ader, actually, and was watching you play a bit of Satisfactory, but I was at work at the time, so did not have my full attention. But welcome back. Thank you very much for the raid. We are on the edge of the lovely Titan Forest, and we're doing blueprints because we are working on nuclear power. And the swamp is a terrible environment, and it's dark and musty, and there's stingers. So we've set up a little blueprint factory set up here where we are working on our factory blueprints for nuclear power. And we are challenging ourselves with a non-standard blueprint layout. So normally I like building blueprint factories, and normally it's just 5 by 5. But because of the layout and me trying to fit it all in a circle, 5 by 5 is not great. So what I've actually done here is this blueprint is 5 across at the front and 7 across at the back with a walkway in the middle. So these two blueprints merge together, and you can kind of see a test build over here of the two merged together. So we have a walkway through here, and the walkways will extend out to each of the factory arms. So you walk between the machines here, and this is kind of the inner part of the circle here. And then out the back it extends wider, so you can see this angle here. So when you move these around the circle, this line here kind of overlaps between each of the factories. So it's a very interesting challenge to try and do my normal blueprinty factory stuff, but to cram it in an odd shape with a massive walkway through the middle of it. So this is the easy one. This is just a bunch of assemblers to make quick wire. So I thought I'd start with an easy blueprint, at least as far as what machines are in it. But we do have a lot more complicated blueprints that we're going to get to later. I was hoping to get through most of them tonight, but if you've ever done nuclear power before, anyone will know that it is not simple. So this is the nuclear power plan here. And I've broken this up into blueprints. So this bit here has already been done at the end of each of the arms, but it's basically all these blueprints here that we still need to do. So I'm working on this one here, but we're going to have to do a blueprint for electromagnetic control rods, which are kind of split into two. A blueprint for crystal oscillators, one for rotors. Steel we've already done, heat sinks we still need to do. So yeah, lots of blueprints. I was hoping to get through most of them tonight, but I seriously doubt if I'm going to get that far, given that we're still working on the first one. Fused quick wire. Sounds like a nice plan. Thank you. Yes, yeah, I really like the mixing of metal recipes, and fused quick wire is nice and efficient and high in output. But basically, the output of this is going to be nearly 2 Mark 6 belts worth when it's at full capacity. And I don't have Mark 6 belts left, so we're building for full capacity now, but basically it will be running at half capacity until I get to phase 5, because I'm only early in phase 4, so I don't have a lot of stuff, but I have power problems, intentional power problems, but we've just started phase 4, and the power grid, have a look. We are making at a peak about 17 gigawatts of power. And max consumption, we're consuming 22, but that's not everything's running at 100%. So we are running entirely on coal power so far, with, as you can probably guess from the line, a whole bunch of geothermal power to boost it. And we have one alien power converter to give us a bit of a boost there. So 17 gigawatts is not enough power for phase 4 by a long shot. So we have not started any of the project parts for phase 4. I do have aluminium production, just basic stuff to get the parts so I can make Mark 5 belts, but I haven't done any of the other phase 4 parts yet. So the reason I'm only going straight from coal to nuclear is because every other time I've played Satisfactory, I've done huge turbo fuel towers and then turned those huge turbo fuel towers into rocket fuel towers, and you don't need nuclear. And so I have actually not unlocked fuel power at all. It's been basically a conscious choice of this playthrough to zero fuel power to kind of force me to do a nuclear build, which I've never done before. And it's an interesting challenge, that's for sure, especially when I decide to do everything in a circle. So let's get back into it. And this build has got me doing all sorts of wacky stuff, like offsetting assemblers by 0.5 meter in some instances so that they all line up neatly with everything else. Okay. So this will have the input fed up from below, so this will go with the input in from the side. Also, anyone who's new to the channel might notice I'm playing in VR. I am the author of the Satisfactory VR mod. I was a Satisfactory addict for a good few years, and even when I first started playing, I was like, this game would be awesome in VR because it is such a gorgeous world, and the level of detail in things like the machinery here is amazing. So I've always wanted it in VR, but I didn't have the skills to do it until start of 2014. Not 2014, that was way too far back. 2024. A guy called Praydog made a tool that would activate a basic VR mode for Unreal Engine games, and that was the hard bit that I didn't know how to do. And so, thanks to his mod, I could then write a game mod to completely do all the different controls, completely do a custom user interface for VR. So we have like wrist menus here, we have radial menus where you can select things. Pretty much everything I can make as native to VR as possible, I have attempted to do so. Okay, so that I think is correct there. That is correct there. Now we need to deal with a vertical manifold. I was making these nice and compact here, but because we need to go 3 levels, we cannot do it that compact. I'm a bit concerned that we're getting very close to the edge there, because to do a vertical manifold we need to do a vertical lift, and basically this needs to come all the way up to here. That's not ticking. Why is that not ticking? Oh, it is ticking. It's just very quiet. And then we put this here, and it's going to overlap our diagonal edge. Now this means that it is going to overlap with
Incoming
an adjacent
propaganda
factory
broadcast detected.
that
Please
is
seek
next to
shelter.
it. To avoid that, though, we're going to have to be particularly loopy. Like, I could run this conveyor to a splitter back here. Maybe I should do that. Let's try it. Let's see how it looks. Can I do it before the ad break kicks in? And it's backwards. Phew, there we go. Okay. Then we can get this Mark III. Ah, it's in the wrong heights. Okay. Let's rotate that like that. Oh, that's half meter. Oh, it's half meter. Oh. Oh, how am I going to do that? Will it even work? I think I should probably take a break while Twitch runs some ads, and then I will tackle this logistics problem. Okay, we're going to take just a couple of minutes break because Twitch wants to run some ads, and I will be back shortly. And I've lost my cursor again. Stupid Meta Quest interface. Where's my Steam frame? Okay, there we go. Back in 3 minutes.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay, we're back. Now back here in the lovely Titan Forest near the beautiful waterfall near the Stinky Swamp. Making an overly complicated blueprint that is more complicated than it really should need to be. But that's what you get when you try and put things in circles. Okay, so let's put this at the right height, and with that... Actually, this is not a half-meter offset. That one's a half-meter offset. This one should be lined correctly. So yeah, I should be able to just put a lift here, facing that direction. Up. Oh, that's too high. Damn it. To there. I should then be able to pick the wrong menu. No, get a conveyor belt. It should just snap in there like that. It's right on the border, but it is very minimal overlap. So as long as there's not something right there on the adjacent factory, that'll be fine. That'll go in there like that. And we've got a splitter. Oh, it's not going to let me... Oh, will snap. Okay. And with a bit of luck, that will also be in a triangle. And those should be lined up similarly. Yeah. So we should be able to do some framing to make those look like they're near each other. I think I might actually bring it over another meter. It doesn't need to be that far back. And bringing it over a meter will actually bring it away from the... Oops, wrong button. I'll bring it away from the edge a little bit. Oops, nope, not there. Okay, that is reasonably neat. I don't mind that. And look, we have just skimming the edge of the beam, but that's fine. These foundations will all go. I'll do some other sort of supports once we're ready for it. But that works pretty well. Now we need to do the same on this side. Picking the wrong menus tonight a lot. Muscle memory is failing me. I wonder if that's just snapping to the meter, or if it is actually snapping to... Again, the wrong menu. Snapping to the correct... Ooh, what about... Why is that different? Oh, wrong height. Damn it. It's better. Okay, so the source of deuterium and copper will be fed in from below, and it will be fed in to these two manifolds here. So the sources will come in under here. So we will have, is that centered? No, it's not. And that can come in from either side, so we can rotate that around. So one comes up here, the other one comes up here. Then that splits to either half. And when we join these blueprints together, we'll have to manually put bits in there. I could do stumps. Maybe I should try the auto connect. Because if we can do belts that auto-connect, then that will make connecting everything up a little easier. I'm not even sure if that's going to overlap. I mean, there's lots of space here. There's a whole assembler there, so that should have lots of room and it should auto-connect correctly. So input comes in here. Do we care which is which at this point? Not really. We should label it before the final version, but I'm just going to leave it there for now. That will auto-connect there. It'll split both ways. It'll split into the assemblers here. The excess will split and go up to the next level, where it will split. I might make this a Mark V now, just because it's going to be a pain in the butt to upgrade later on. Whereas the rest I can upgrade in place. So that will split half into there, the rest of it will go up to the next layer. So the bottom layers will get flooded first, but other than that, it will load balance, so the top layer and the middle layer will have the same amounts. There's no interconnectivity between this side and this side, because they get their source from that side, and this gets its source from this side. Mr. Splitter here. I mean, it is possible to update that bit of conveyor, it's just annoying. So I've got a quick question. Water at my home tastes a lot better than the water in my gym. Both of the same purifier. Hey, don't blame me. That is definitely not one you can blame me for. You're responsible for your own water purifiers. Okay. Let's do the outputs now, because basically we need to merge all this into two outputs of quick wire. And I think, given the layout here, if we have the output quick wire come down this point here, because there's enough room here. Alternatively, we could bring it down against the pole here, but that is a little close, and these corners do overlap with the next blueprint, so it might be just an idea to have the output come down this mark here. So I might actually put a hole at the bottom to say this is where the output will go. It'll just make doing all the rest of the belting easier if we have those as an attachment point that is not going to move. Oh, that's too close. Damn it. Like, we had a meter gap there, so let's have a meter gap there. So we need to merge all the outputs from all three layers into a single stream of quick wire running down there. Are you going to pay for my flights? Including an hourly rate for while I'm sitting on planes? Maybe I can jack into the internet in VR and hack some filters in there for you. So on each level we need to merge the outputs into a single merger. So the merger, I think, would be above the middle here. Yeah, and it'll face that direction, sure. Now there is one slight problem here, in that these are not equal sides, but we need equal caterium, or at least we need to not cap one side. So that's going to be an interesting challenge. Okay, so checking how that's lined up with that indicator there will help us determine the position up here. Okay, and we want to merge on this side to merge these two together. And I've just realised this one's in the half-metre offset, isn't it? Ah, that's right. It won't let me do this because it's sticking up above the blueprint maker, even though I'm going to reverse it. So I need to trick it. How do I trick it? Ah, come on! Coffee stain, fix this crap. Like, I can't even click it to reverse its direction. Makes me rage. Okay, if I'm using holes, I can actually move them closer. I mean, I could just leave them there, I guess. I'm gonna guess that's the right height. I might actually put a hole here. Because holes let you control which direction the lift faces. That way we can actually have the lift face outwards. I just realised this is hold a hole, which tends to break vertical lifts. We might need to build it without the holes, then add the holes in later. But let's just go with that for now, because we still need to do this middle bit. I mean, I say this is an easy one, but there's a lot of bits in this blueprint. So maybe its ease is not in its complexity. This is also the kind of thing, is like a bunch of assemblers, I will normally just have a blueprint which is already set up as a bunch of assemblers. So we're kind of making that from scratch with an odd layout. So I think this might actually work better if there is another merger here. Wow, every time I move near the lift, it breaks the lock. Look at that. Coffee stain, fix your crap. Okay, so that actually doesn't need to be there at all. Blame them, Ada will fix it. Well, they need to fix Ada before Ada can fix the world. And we do need to merge these bottom ones, so we actually do need the same pattern of mergers on the bottom here. Let's put those holes in first. I think that's the right height. That should be half a meter different. Why is that not half a meter different? Or does it just not look right? Let's put the hole in place first. The bottom floor, we didn't have that extra half meter gap because the middle floors here, the reason we had these half meter gaps is to make sure that the 5 across the top were evenly spaced with this one in the middle. So this floor and this floor, there's a half meter extra gap there, but the bottom floor, because of the spacing with the walkway, there is no half meter. So it is actually lined up correctly with no shenanigans. And like, if I need a blueprint with a ton of assemblers in it, but not all assemblers, I can probably use part of one of these as a basis, or at least I hope I can, so that I don't have to reinvent everything. Stupid vertical lift matching. And we're at 1 meter. Which one's the silver side? That one, I think. Okay, so this level here is merged here. This level output here is merged here. This level output is merged here, which all goes to that hole down there, which then heads down to the spaghetti of logistics that's going to be under this mess of a factory. Because I have so many bloody resources that are going to be swimming around that it is going to be a right mess of resources, I think. I have no idea if that's the right height or not. This one at least I can line up with that, because I can see the oh, wow, what is throwing off my lock? Actually, it's got to come the other way. This is the other way around. It's got to face this direction. Oh, that wasn't half a meter out. It's got to be that way by a smidge. Apparently I got it wrong anyway. Right through the status indicator. And that lift was backwards. I should really make all of these Mark 5 now. Because this is quick wire output. I mean, the Mark 3 for the single's probably fine. But anything... Because yeah, 90 outputs, so Mark 2 would be enough, but I'll do Mark 3s. But definitely the merged is going to need at least a Mark 5. Long term it will need a Mark 6. Hang on, that is overlapping the indicator more, which means these heights are actually wrong anyway. Crap. Oh, it's all a meter too high. Look, Chris, hey, how's it going? Welcome to the Let's Make Things Harder Than They Need to Be stream. Do not delete that assembler up the back. I thought those were yours. It's almost the same way you're going with automation in Meta Google Tester instead of 95% Latino community building. Wherever it's on the job site now. Hello? Okay, that was a bit random, Christopher. I didn't think I was a robot. Although my voice is a little husky because I've been sick, so maybe I sound like a robot. I think I picked the most tedious blueprint first. I was thinking it'd be simple. All we need to do is make 25 assemblers. But simple can be tedious. Especially when you stuff up heights and have to rebuild things. Something is breaking lock when I mouse over it. Oh! No, it's not that. It's when I mouse over a vertical lift, it breaks the lock, the hologram lock, on the one I'm trying to place. And it's just driving me a little crazy on top of everything else. Did I get those lined up? Yes, cool. Although that actually just needs to be a Mark 3. Okay, so we need some mergers along here. Yes, that was a ½ meter offset. Just because. You know, we could actually just put these like this and just go bing bosh in that way, rather than having so many mergers everywhere. So this one's not merging anything else, so we could actually delete that merger. And that could just go like that, ignore the clipping. So there's one main corridor for all the output there. Now replicate it on this floor. Up, I moused over a vertical lift, broke everything. Hey, I actually got it lined up. Hooray! So this will be a snapped on merger there. I mean, I could have this zigzag around that, and I might redo it later. I don't know. At the moment, I'm kind of just wanting it all to be functional, and I can... am I an engineer or a designer? I am a software developer in my day job. So I guess software engineer, but also software designer, application designer. A bit of column A and a bit of column B. I am a full stack developer and sysadmin. And I have a couple of thousand hours of Satisfactory under my belt, so you're wondering why I might be doing things overly complicated, and that is in the wrong height, apparently. So this is a big build and a complex build, but I have been using tools, planning tools, to help me plan what is required. Actually, that will wait until we have the merger. So if you want to have a look at the bigger picture, this is the nuclear factory plan. And as you can see, there are a lot of numbers and I've broken it down into sections. So each one of these is a separate blueprint. So for example, this one here, making crystal oscillators, this will be a blueprint that takes in these materials. And if I open that up, this is what we have to cram into the blueprint to make the crystal oscillators. This one is going to be interesting to try and cram in. It has a lot of constructors and a foundry and 2 manufacturers. So this is going to be interesting to fit into my weirdly shaped blueprint. We've already done this reactor line, which is what leads up to the nuclear reactors. So we've already done this with cosmetics, although we haven't done it with the reactors specifically. So we've done that one, that one, that one, and that one, which are just using old standard blueprints. We're now working on this really basic quickwire one, but then we'll get into the more complicated ones that are making parts out of the ingots. So this tool is Satisfactory Modeler. It's available on Steam, and it is really good for helping plan out complicated factories. I would recommend it if anyone wants a bit of a leg up in trying to break down massive projects into smaller parts. I do not like Factorio. Actually, I've never played Factorio. I really like the first-person perspective of Satisfactory. I also like the verticality of Satisfactory. I love making factories that have a large vertical component, especially in this playthrough. If anyone's seen my builds, for example, you can see off in the distance there my supercomputer factory, which is just very tall stacked blueprints of factory, which, as far as I know, Factorio is just flat single dimension. I do like the concept of other automation games. I have played Shapes with a Z, although I played that on my mobile phone on the train, so it was a bit different than playing this. But I've always loved how beautiful the world is of Satisfactory, and how immersive it is, which is why I, when I could, decided to develop a VR mod for it, because being here in this world is just amazing. It is such an amazing world to be in and explore. And to actually be able to zoom around in 3 dimensions and see your factory in front of you is just amazing. And being able to, I like the challenge of dealing with things like these vertical logistics and how we have everything work without clipping or running into each other. So that's part of the challenge that I do like. I did play I played in an early preview release of Star Rupture. Star Rupture is similar to Satisfactory in that it's first-person alien world automation, and it is a very beautiful setting. And I will get back to Star Rupture sometime, but it is currently in early access, so I'm waiting for it to mature a bit more, because I sunk like 30 hours into Star Rupture in one preview weekend, or it's more like 4 days. So I really did enjoy Star Rupture. That Z fighting's bugging me now. Just don't look at the floor. That is crooked. Why is that crooked? Is this off by half a meter? What? How? Like, I know that it needs to be half a meter that way, but... Probably not a good thing that I usually play this quite late at night when I'm tired. That's not ticking. Why is that not ticking? That's not snapping. Why is that not snapping? Or is it and I'm not hearing it? That snapped. So you're definitely the most complicated slab of assembler's blueprint I've ever made. Okay, so how's that looking? That's looking good here. Everything is coming down here. Next floor, we are missing some belts. That looks fine. That looks fine. Those are straight. And we are still working on the bottom one down here. Thank you. It should be lined up. Okay, so that's the bottom floor output joined up. Second floor there is good. Third floor there is good. We have not connected any power connectors. I think I might do power connectors like later when I'm ready to actually try running it. I would like to be able to get into making some other blueprints tonight, so I'm probably not going to spend the entire time. I love the channel, hope to see more. Back to it. Thanks very much. Thanks for popping by. Okay, so now that we've perfected it over there, what do I need to fix on this side? This one kind of already is like the right way around, except that needs to be Mark 5, that needs to be Mark 5, as does that and that. Oh, and this is too high, isn't it? That's right, this was the one where I stuffed up the height, so I do need to rebuild this entire thing. Just put everything a meter lower than it was. Oops, wrong button. There's a bit of a gotcha with the controls changing mode from context. Sometimes your muscle memory presses a button that does something wrong because you're not in the right mode. So it's pretty hard to accidentally blow yourself up, although it is possible, actually. It's a little tricky, though. So I have a dinner break in about 20 minutes. So at which time I am going to take a short pause and eat some sustenance. This is Mark 5 here. Sometimes I will run words on stream for people to play while I'm eating. Sometimes nobody wants to play that, and it's very sad. So let me know if you're interested in playing some words on stream in about 20 minutes. Russ is going to crash now. Okay. Russ is a words on stream champ, so unless there is another champ that wants to be up to the challenge, I might just run one of my old videos during the break. Thanks for hanging out, Russ, and good luck with your role-playing campaign tomorrow at 6 AM in the morning. I hope your players really appreciate it. Good night, Russ. These will probably all need to be rebuilt because vertical mergers and splitters still suck. Now, it used to be that if you connected a lift via holes and then put vertical splitters and mergers on, they all would not work properly at all. I don't know if that's fixed or not. I guess we'll find out. If not, I know how to rebuild it. You just need to rebuild things in a different order so that the vertical splitters and mergers are happy. Otherwise they get sad. Okay, so we have the top floor rebuilt at the correct height. Everything's merging, lined up, goes down to the next floor. The next floor, everything is happy here, but we can just replace this with a conveyor. We do not need a merger there. This should be Mark 5. Okay, and the bottom floor, same thing here. This can be a little simpler. That can be Mark 5. Mark 5 merged in. Look at that! That's a massive gap. What's going on there, Coffee Stain? Okay, save. You know, I could chuck power poles in and test it. Maybe I should do a functional test before I move on to the next blueprint. Like, just do some super fugly power connectors. Because basically all this flooring I'll replace and I'll put basically support beams connecting everything together. So it'll look a lot tidier and look more like a suspended set of machines. So it will kind of look like one big machine. That's kind of the plan. Okay. I have just enough connectors on these Mark II poles. And it looks like I haven't unlocked Mark III poles yet. Well, I probably could. Okay, so power, 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 power. Right, the only connectors in between are these conveyors here, and the auto connect blueprint should actually connect those together. I think we're done, functionally done. I'm going to snooze the ads to line up with dinner a bit better. So how are we going to test this? Because we're going to need Caterium ingots to test it. And we haven't actually turned on any of our Caterium production in this area yet, but there is a computer factory just over the hill. I can probably steal some from there. Okay, so we are turning power. We have quick wire left. So when we're down in the factory and we're building this, and like this, well, there'll only be one of these. Whereas all the other blueprints, we're probably going to have multiples, or most of the other blueprints will have multiple instances. Now this we want to auto-connect. Why is that not? Oh, that's default auto-connect. And our auto-connected conveyors are working correctly. We need copper as well. Oh, we can steal copper. So the output, I've probably not left enough room under here. Put that for output. That's for output. Probably should bring it down a meter. Looks like I did leave enough room. Whoops. Why is that facing the wrong way? Oh, bugger. I think this one's backwards. How? That says down. Welcome to vertical lifts and merges. Look, that says output and that says input, and it lets me rotate it even though it has something attached to it. That is not a good sign. To me, that tells me this is busted. The fact that it will let me rotate its direction, tells me there's nothing attached to the top. Okay, then we have our input. Which is going to be some copper and some Caterium. Now that will come into here and here. So we stick copper and Caterium in here. We should get quick wire out of the two bits on the other side. And I suspect these output vertical mergers are stuffed and will not work. I'm hoping everything else will work. Again, vertical splitters and mergers are a little dodgy at the best of times. Let's go steal some ingots from a nearby factory. Tree! I'm sure this computer factory can survive without copper for a bit. If I can find the machines where the copper is in use. How about I just look where it's flowing? Okay, it's coming into these machines. Pardon me. So this is an example of just a straight 5x5 vertical factory. So this blueprint here makes circuit boards, and you can see I've basically vertically stacked it, and there's a vertical splitters that go between the levels, and same with this one over here. It's more circuit boards. So the Caterium is elsewhere. Actually, we need more copper than Caterium, so maybe I should steal a bit more copper from here. Why are there doggos on my roof? Okay, the ingots are not buffered there. Not buffered there either. Am I not producing enough ingots? That's going... Where's that going? Ah, it's going this way. It's going to... See, this is the crystal oscillator blueprint that was using rubber instead of what our new one is. So again, this is the blueprint that is making crystal oscillators, and we've stacked it up 3 high, and then 3 high, and then 1 high, I think it is. So if I ever need to increase capacity, I just need to stack up extra blueprints on top of each other. Okay, that should be enough for a test. We've got, I think, 800 copper and 400 Caterium, so that should be enough, I think. Yeah, see here I needed high-speed connectors for munitions, so what I did was just slapped an extra layer of factory on the top here to make more high-speed connectors, and I haven't finished updating the architecture to do it. This is the nuclear power station, work in progress. So you can see there's a central section there, and you can see where the pillars there. That's kind of a test of where putting these blueprints are. So the main factory blueprints will be around that circle there. And then there'll be corridors leading out with these bits at the end here are the last manufacturers that build the parts before they go out to the reactors. And then there'll be another floor on top, which will be the cleanup, where I make plutonium cells and clean them up. So the whole swamp, or at least pretty much most of the swamp, is going to be taken up with nuclear power production. LoveyBear16, how do you play it in VR? So I'm using a mod. I am the creator of the mod. So it is, part of it is a Satisfactory mod just installed through the normal Satisfactory mod installer. But it also uses another tool called UEVR. UEVR handles the VR visual and control signals. So I've made a mod that works with UEVR, and basically it takes the UEVR controller information and then gives you a full VR experience in Satisfactory with custom interfaces and lots of custom control mappings and gesture support as well. So you can do things like open your backpack by reaching over your shoulder and pressing grab. Did I only get 300 Caterium because I was out of inventory space? Curse you, 1 bit of copper. So, yes, Lovey Bear, if you're interested, type !mod info and it'll give you a link to where to find more out about the mod and how to install it. Or you can check my YouTube channel and I have videos there, although they really need an update. Okay, so we have resources flooding in. Now I haven't actually turned anything on power-wise yet. So let's just see, make sure the flow of resources is going correctly. So they're going up. That is working correctly. It's going all the way to the top. That's a good sign. And it is also going all the way down here as well. And, oh, we're missing some conveyors on this side. So that's one problem. But other than that, the input resources seem to be all making it to the assembler. Let's connect power up and see if I can trick my grid. Because as we established early, I'm a little tight for power. Okay, so I need to connect these two blueprints together power-wise, so from there to there. Again, these power poles, very temporary, they're just functional to get this working. And click.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
I'm going to pause that ad. This dinner's not quite ready, I don't think. Okay, so how are we going for green lights? Okay, we have quick wire coming out of these assemblers. Not out of this assembler. That's because this one we're missing the through lines here. I'll just manually put them in for now. Quick wire. It might be starved for resources because we seem to have run out of Caterium already. Damn it. I knew we should have got more Caterium. Okay, so over this side, these three are outputting quick wire, these two are outputting quick wire. That's quick wire, all the way along. All the way along. And then we have a complete another jam. Actually, that almost worked. It is merging. I think it's merging. It is just this lift at the bottom outside the blueprint that is not working. So I wonder if I delete that and I build from there directly down to there, will all the outputs merge together? No. Hang on, let's rebuild this. This is dodgy. Aha! Okay, so the only bit that's broken is that bottom lift. So if I rebuild that bottom lift, let's try rebuilding just the bottom lift. So if I leave the hole there, but I just rebuild that bit, then it works. Okay, so all I need to do is I need to rebuild this section of the lift, and that's looking like every part is correctly merging. Success! So there we have our first functional 5 at the front across, 7 at the back across factory to fit in a circular factory design. Hey! And it only took us how long? What's the time? 8:30, start at 5:30. It only took us three hours. Okay, I'm being told dinner is ready. So I am going to take a 15-minute break and eat my yummy dinner. Thank you very much for watching so far. I will chuck on one of my old Hypertube videos, I think, during the dinner break. Is connecting lifts to existing vertical splitters new for 1.2. You can only connect, just very quickly, you can still only connect from a vertical splitter to something. So that worked before, but what didn't work before is you couldn't connect from like a hole to a vertical splitter, and you still can't. So this bit is still bugged, but you have to go from the vertical splitter and connect it to something else that isn't a vertical splitter, which is why all my blueprints have pretty much have conveyor holes at the end, because that's the only way you can get it to work. And it's still the only way you can get it to work. But this method did work in 1.1. So, yeah. I will hopefully remember what changes to make after dinner, because dinner is ready now. So I am going to take a break. Oops, I'm just going to land here. Thank you very much for watching. And I will be back after dinner to tackle a different blueprint, maybe one that's a bit more interesting. I mean, this one was interesting in a dimensional way, but it's just quick wire assemblers.
Incoming propaganda broadcast
There's the
detected.
ad break.
Please seek
Okay.
shelter.
I will see you after the dinner break. G'day everyone, my name is Dortimer and I have too many hobbies. Since the last video, Update 8 has been released and is available to all on the Early Access branch. The actors' strike is over and we're already a chunk into the new year. In the last video we looked at making junctions and how to use junctions to allow you to split and have multiple routes to different factories, along with how to use the priority power switch to set your route ahead of time so that you can effortlessly get from one point to another. In today's video, we're going to take a look at hypertube accelerators and how to use them as launchers for speedy travel through a hypertube network, or as cannons to shoot yourself freely across the map. A hypertube accelerator involves putting several hypertube entrances close together with an air gap between each one. Each entrance adds speed, giving a momentum boost to travel the rest of the network quickly. A junction will also boost speed again, as the branch hypertube entrance gives an extra boost. Since we don't want to travel through the launcher on our return trip, we can combine the branching techniques to provide an unboosted return track for arriving pioneers. Once again, we're going to be using the Blueprint Designer, this time to make ourselves a reusable hypertube accelerator. We're going to build our accelerator starting from the back of the Blueprint Designer, facing the front of the Blueprint Designer. This way, when we go to place our blueprint, we'll have a guide arrow to show us which direction the accelerator is facing. To start building our accelerator, we'll first start with a hypertube support that is placed 4 meters from the center. So back 1, 2, 3, 4. Then getting our tube, we extend this and just build an entrance every 1 meter.
Now, currently in Update 8, as you can see, the default direction for the hypertube entrance is the opposite of what you want. It's 180 degrees out. So for each of these you need to rotate it back 180, and then move it back into place and snap it in. So rotate it, back, snap it in place. Place 8 of these in a row so that we have 8 supports, all with small tubes between them. So it's just 8 across like that. Our next step is we delete every second hypertube support. Like that. So what we're left with is 4
Incoming
supports
propaganda.
that are
Seek
2 meters
shelter
apart
immediately.
each. And between each support there are 2 small tubes. We now delete the second tube that is on the left side of each support. So there's 3 of these, so what we're left with here is 4 supports with 4 small tubes coming out of them. So we snap 4 entrances on, make sure they're all facing the direction, so you can see the arrow there should be facing towards the front of our blueprint maker. If you're not careful, you can snap them on the other side, on the small pipe, so make sure you are snapping them in the right place, facing the right direction. Next thing to do is to add some power and make a smaller power pole using metal beams. So at this point here, kind of between the first 2 entrances, I'm going to make a metal beam 3 meters high. And then similarly on the other side, between these 2 entrances, I'm going to place a metal beam 3
Look
meters
lively.
high.
It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Now from the other side, we just get our power line and we connect from our first entrance, and it will automatically create a wall outlet at the top of the pole. Use our power line and connect from the entrance to the wall outlet. For our other 2, we drag our wire out, create a wall outlet at the top of the pole. Then we connect from our 2 outlets together so that all 4 of our entrances are now wired together. You could use a wall outlet Mark II here, because sometimes you will need to connect multiple connections to it beyond what we've got here. But for a straight accelerator where you have multiple accelerators chained together, the standard wall outlet is sufficient. Just add a beam connected to the top of our 3 meter beams to give a nice neat finish. And that's it, that's our accelerator. Let's go save it as a blueprint and then we can go test it out. To test the effectiveness of our hypertube accelerator, I built a test hypertube route that loops around and back to the start. This route includes some gradual inclines and slopes, similar to what a real route may include. It's also really pretty inside this cave, with the new Lumen Global Illumination from Update 8. As you can see, with only a single hypertube entrance, this route takes a little over half a minute to complete. Now that we have a baseline time, let's add our accelerator blueprint, bringing the number of entrances up to 5. Some power will help too. Let's try it out. This time it took a little over 16 seconds, a bit less than half the speed of our baseline test. Let's add another accelerator, bringing the entrances up to 9 in total, and try again. With 9 entrances, it took just under 10 seconds to complete. Nice. But why stop there? Let's try 13. .3 seconds, still faster, but the time saved is diminishing. How about 17? .3 seconds, shaved off just 1 second from the last run. Let's try 21. Hmm, 5.5 seconds. How about 25? .4 seconds. Well, that's 2.5 seconds just going through the 29 entrances. And another 2.5 seconds to go through the whole circuit. 29 entrances is obviously overkill for this length of route, with somewhere between 10 and 20 entrances being optimal. For longer routes though, more acceleration will help you cover the distance faster, at the cost of more power draw. For this next test, I'm comparing the effect of frame rate on a hypertube accelerator. On the left, I have all graphics settings set to a minimum quality, while on the right, I have everything cranked up to ultra. This test is over the same course using a 5-entrance hypertube accelerator. As you can see, we get very similar times around the 16-second mark, which is comparable to our earlier test. Let's run the test again with 9 entrances. On the potato settings, I'm getting around 150 frames per second, while on ultra, I'm getting around 30 frames a second. Once again, the results are comparable, measuring about 9.5 seconds for each one. Now 13 entrances. Before the change in physics engine in Update 8, hypertube accelerators were known to behave differently based on frame rate. It looks like the new hypertube physics are now more consistent. Okay, let's now use our 4-entrance accelerator blueprint to make a reusable factory hypertube station with 8 entrances. Since we don't want to travel through the accelerator on arrival, we can use the junction techniques from the last video to provide an unboosted return track for arriving pioneers. This is the accelerator blueprint we made before with 4 entrances. So let's place it here with the beams we used for power poles on the centre line. Make sure the white arrow of the blueprint is facing towards the front of the blueprint so that our finished station will also face that direction. Now we place a second one on the other side, making an 8-entrance accelerator. Next, we add in the unboosted return path. Start by placing a hypertube support in line with our accelerator exit point and 2 meters from the center. Then we add in the hypertube, lining the other end up with our accelerator entrance. Now we add a hypertube entrance on our return path. The last thing we need is our outgoing hypertube, so we place another support over here on the center line on the 4 meter mark. This needs an outgoing hypertube entrance. Once we shoot out of our accelerator, this will be a hypertube which will then lead off across the countryside to our other factories. We need to connect up power, so first of all, on this side I'll remove the beam connector and then extend a wire from the wall point to add another wall point on this side. Then from this wall point we can connect power to the 2 extra hypertube entrances, one for the return path and one for the outgoing path. Once connected, we add the beam connector back to the top. One thing we mustn't forget though, back over this side we need to connect the power of our 2 launcher blueprints together. All 8 of our launchers now have power, as do our exit path and return path. Let's save this in the blueprint maker now. So now we have a simple reusable hypertube station with an accelerator for quick launches and a return path. We can put this at any factory or other point of interest along our hypertube network. You could make this even longer. You could use 12 or more entrances for the accelerator for a faster launch. This is just an example of how you can combine the techniques using junctions from the last video with accelerators for fast launch and a non-boosted return path. Let's test out our 2-way factory station. One of the stations this side to simulate one factory, and let's build another one on the other side here to simulate a second factory. We now have factory A and factory B. Connect up power to factory A, and over this other side connect power to factory B. So for each factory we have an outgoing accelerated launcher and an incoming return path without any extra acceleration. Now let's just connect this to the rest of our network. So this is our factory A connector. Our factory B. Let's just throw up some signage so we know which is which. Okay, so say we're at factory A and we want to go to factory B, just hop in our launcher at factory A. Here we've safely arrived at factory B. Notice it's useful to have a wall here to stop your momentum. You do come out of these tubes at quite high speed. For return trip, we just need to jump in the launcher at factory B. Take the reverse route back to factory A. So with this simple design of a factory hypertube station, we have a separate entrance for the launcher and a separate exit for arrivals coming into the factory. If you want, you can combine these two using a junction so that you have a single hypertube point for entrance and exit. So to do this, we build a hypertube support about 4 meters out from our station entrance and exit. Then we put a hypertube entrance on the front of the support and connect power up to it. And now we can run a tube from here and have a single entrance anywhere we want. So let's go behind this other wall here and put a hypertube wall hole here. Run a tube between our junction entrance and the wall hole. And because we want to go out this exit as well, we also need a hypertube entrance on this as well, and run it to power. So now, if we enter this entrance here, we will shoot out through the accelerator and around our circuit. And when we come back through the circuit, we'll come back through the bypass and through this tube to the same point. Again, we're going to be coming out of this quite fast, so it's good to build some sort of stop behind so you don't go flying off into the distance. So I'm just going to build a pillar here. Walls work fine, pillars work fine, it doesn't really matter. You just want something so that when you come flying out, you smack into that rather than flying off into the sunset, or flying off into the water in this case. So now I can enter from this tube. Here I am at factory B. Then when I come back from factory B, I come through the return tunnel rather than through the accelerator, and then through the junction and out the exit here. Hypertube accelerators aren't just good for getting speed for a launcher to cross a hypertube network. They can also be used to make a hypertube cannon, which is an alternate way of crossing vast distances quite quickly. The design of a cannon is pretty simple.
And just give me a minute while I put my headset back on. Strap my controllers on so I don't throw them across the room. Then reconnect to my PC with my VR headset. Whoa. Apparently I almost ran off and plummeted to my doom. Oh, that's why I'm not focused. Okay. Right. Let me switch back to the stabilized view. Excuse my croaky voice, I'm still getting over being a bit sick. Okay, so this is the nuclear factory plan, and we have just finished. Actually, we need to make a few tweaks. We've just finished, almost finished, making this a blueprint, a single blueprint to do this amount of quick wire. Now we need 25 of these, so we do need a little overclocking because we've only built less than 25. I'll do the math once I'm back in. Now what blueprint do we want to do next? Crystal oscillators are going to need a fair bit of replication. Oh great, my mouse is not working. There we go. That one has manufacturers. I think they all have manufacturers from here on out. We actually do need to do one for copper and iron. The heatsink one is effectively only needed for the cleanup process. That's actually a really easy one and has some refineries. That would be a bit different. Or we could do the rotors. That just moved everything. Move that back, please. Yeah, our controllers are a bit dodgy as a... Okay, the rotor one isn't too bad. So we've got 2 refineries and 2 assemblers and a few constructors. That one is pretty straightforward. And because it's refineries and there's a mix of machines, that could be an interesting but not too hard one to do next. So I think we'll go with rotors next. Yeah. But let's finish off the quick wire one, and let me just switch back to the game. Right, no cursor on the screen. I think we're cursor free. Let me just recenter my play space because we're in VR here. Right, okay. So we're on the edge of the Titan Forest here, overlooking the smelly swamp. And we have a bit of a crazy blueprint set up here so that we can build factory blueprints intended to go around a circular factory where the blueprints are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 foundations across the front and 7 across the back. And when you glue them together, you get something that looks like this here. So there is a nice walkway through the middle, which gives you access to the rest of the factory. And then along the side here, you actually have a fatter part of the blueprint at the back than at the front. So this is the quick wire one, and we built it and we plugged in some copper and Caterium just as a test, and we found a few problems. So let's go fix those problems before we start the next blueprint. Now, one problem was we actually had missed conveyor belts. So let's put those in here. I think it was just those 2 and that's it. Done. That was easy. The other problem is that, as I predicted, these lift holes and lifts are bugged. Now, in the prototype, I fixed it just by rebuilding this section of the lift. Now, whether that works in a blueprint or not is another thing, but I'm going to give it a go. So if I just rebuild that section of the lift. Now, if you're editing a virtual splitter or merger, you have to start the lift from the splitter and merger and then connect it to something else. Ooh, why is that complaining? I think that thinks it's going below the surface of the blueprint maker. That's curious. Yeah, given the fact that it's highlighting the whole blueprint maker, despite that working before, it looks like it is no longer working now. Now, I could build from here upwards, but I cannot connect it there anymore. And if I actually build it all the way and then rebuild these, this section will still not work. So, I think I'm just going to have to... I didn't save it before, did I? I think we're just going to have to suck it down and fix that part of it when we do the final build in the thing. So maybe I should put a sign here just to remind me. That's a bit big, isn't it? Oh, that is huge. 2 by 1 meter, that's probably good size. I typically use the Pioneer Overalls color as a backdrop. It's a nice cream color for signs. What do I use for the text? I can't remember. I guess just a black, maybe. That'd work. For an icon, do we have like a danger symbol? An alert, that's good. No, we're not at the backdrop. Stupid. Rebuild. Oops. This lift. Liffy. Okay, and we'll put that on the other side as well because it's going to have the same problem. Lovely. Okay, now did I leave those? No, I have to rebuild those connecting conveyor belts. Okay, now I think while I'm here, I might upgrade the input lines to Mark V. Not that they need them. Or at least the Caterium one, Mark III, is not going to be enough. Okay, that already is connected. That's connected. And that needs to be Mark 5 as well. I'll leave the inner ones as Mark 3 because that's plenty just for that floor. It's just the main manifold of resources coming in is now a Mark 5. So it can quickly distribute the resources across without any bottlenecks. Same on this other side. Okay, so Mark 5 comes all the way through here, Mark 5 there. That needs to be Mark 5 there. That's all Mark 5. Okay, that's all good. Right, so that's that done. So this is now functionally complete. There's a whole bunch of fancy schmancy architecture stuff I'll do to it later. Like these power poles are very temporary, but this is complete as far as a working blueprint goes. Assuming the changes I just made work, but I'm going to assume that they do. Now, did I get ingots out of that? Not many. And I probably got a buttload of quick wire in these output containers. When this is fully at capacity, though, this is going to be generating about 2,300 quick wire per minute. That'll be once I hit phase 5 and I get the Mark 6 belts. So before that, we're going to do half capacity. Now, we need 25 total, which means we need, if we're going to split it 50-50, it'd be 12.5 per side, which would be neater. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Roar. So close to 12.5. So we could just like underclock one of these by 50% and then overclock a bunch of them to make them up to 12.5. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So at 150%, this would be 12. And again, we'd need another 50%, so close. It just makes it easier if both outputs are outputting it at the same rate. It means I don't have to bother with priority merges. Actually, why am I doing this like a slacker? I can just copy setting and then paste setting. Okay, so that worked. So now this is 9 times 150% is 12. So if we want another another 50% here, we can add another shard to this, and then that would be 12 and effectively 12.5 assemblers worth this side. And this side we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So if we change one of these to be 50%, then that is now 12.5 effectively this side. Like if I wanted to be fancy, do I want to be fancy? You know, I'm tempted to be fancy. Because having one extra overclocked and one underclocked is kind of triggering me. Like it's so close to just being 150 and 50. And all I would need to change it would be to move this assembler to this side. Which would really not be particularly hard. Although the splitters and mergers might get a little complicated. Although the input is fine, because the input will manifold anyway. So it doesn't really... Oh, actually that curve is quite nice. How am I going to do this? Because effectively I've got this overlapping with this now. I mean, I could do one that side and one this side. Although if they match up... Essenberg, good morning, how are you going? I mean, either way, I'd still need to manually connect up the inputs to this, so I might leave this as is. So basically this one is now on that side. And that... I mean, this I could probably auto-connect this one. If I did a little one out like that... no, it's going to be dodgy, isn't it? It might work. It's going to be a little annoying to test. Now that is on the inside one, so that would be this one. Now I can't auto-connect the lift, I don't think, so I would have to manually build the lift here. Power connector. Now that way we don't need to have... Where did I do the 200% one? Which one did I make 200%? Was it this one? Yeah, that one. Made it to Friday. Congratulations on making it to Friday. Can you make it through Friday? So we are doing crazy 2 blueprints here at the moment. See, that would need to be over there to get that nice curve that that one's got. And that's like that, so that can't change. And that is not going to change there. Start with low expectations. Fair enough. Okay. I did connect power. Now, so let's remath this again. We need 12.5 assemblers either side. These are all 150%, and now there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 up here. So now 9. Oh man, my brain is hurting. So if we go 8 at 150 and 2 at 100, I think that's wrong. We need 12 and a half. So if we just subtract how many we got total, 1, 3, 6, 9, 10. We need 2.5, which is 5 overclocked. One, 2, 3. This seems odd. Is my math wrong? I mean, I could plug it all in and rate track it and see how we go. So 1, 2, 3, 4. That's at 100%. 5, 6, 7, but that's 5.5, 7, 8.5. 10. Oh, my brain is really getting done in now. 25. Where's that math again? 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 25. Let's overclock 2 out of 3 on the bottom floor. So that is splitting that way. So let's not overclock this front one. So those 2 that are overclocked are effectively 3. All right, so we've effectively got 3, 4, we've got 4 per level. So that is effectively 8. 9, 10, 11, 12. So we only need 1 overclocked at the top here. That seems dramatically different from having to overclock all of them before. I don't know if my math was wrong before or if my math is wrong now. But that now together should be 12 and a half assemblers worth of quick wire. So on this side, because we've got more in the middle here, we actually have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So the only thing we need to do is overclock one of these by 50% to get the 12 and a half. And let's do the single one down the bottom because it's going to get saturated with the most resources. This one here, we'll go this one here. Actually, I think this one, because none of the front ones are overclocked. Okay, I think that math is correct, and I will find out in a few weeks when I actually try and get it to work properly. Or I'll find out in a few months when I reach phase 5 and actually have to scale this up to full throughput, because we don't need that until then. So I am going to try and build this just to make sure I have all the connection points figured out. So it's a blueprint. It's actually 2 blueprints. So that is the left part of the blueprint. Now, did I get it right? Right part of the blueprint. Please snap. Now, how is this merging at the top? Okay, we've got 1 foundation there. We've got 3 foundations there that are going to clash. Auto connect should auto connect down the bottom. It is. Is there an auto connect up the top here? This here is auto connecting as well. And it does auto connect if I just nudge it sideways into place. So if I build that there, I think I hit build. Well, there we go. So the only thing I need to do is I need to connect power between them. And I need to connect a lift in here. That's it. Everything else is self-managed, and it will output half the Caterium on that side, half the Caterium on that side. Cool. I did save it, didn't I? Otherwise I wouldn't be able to build it. What I do want to do is actually delete these extra floors. No, I mean, the floors are all going to go in anyway. I'm going to use probably these kind of beams as structural beams running along, that all the machines will be hanging off. So, yeah, long term, those floors won't be there anyway. So for those of us just joining and wondering what the heck I'm doing here, we are making a nuclear power station. Of course, I had to go circular because square boxy factories are so last year or the year before. And when you're putting a whole bunch of little factories around a circle in the middle here, 5x5 factories don't fit very well. So I came up with this contraption here, which is effectively 5 foundations across the front. And at the back of the blueprint, it is 7 foundations across the back. So you build the blueprint factory in 2 halves, and it's designed to cross over in the middle like that. And what you end up with is this, which keeps a nice walkway through the middle, which lets you go in and out of your factory sections, as well as inspect your machinery. And it uses this extra space off the side with the diagonal angle there, so there's no space here. And when we build these columns on the front corner here, they kind of overlap a little bit, and the corners on the back kind of overlap a little bit. So those corners are kind of guides to tell me, you know, this is a good place to stop, as are these beams on the side. So this is the first attempted blueprint to use this particular layout. And I thought it'd be simple. It's just a bunch of assemblers. How hard can it be? But it was a little tricky to fit in, but it is done. So let's now start another one. So this is our base template on the right. This is our base template on the left. Now, this one is rotors, and the spot where I'm building this, there is a huge chunk of land in the air, which means I can't have the factory go too low. This walkway height is here. So we've got factory here and then logistics below. Whereas where the rotors one is, and I kind of made a mistake in that, I had planned to put the quick wire one over a spot where there wasn't much space either, but because it was my first, I kept the walkway elevated. So this one, I kind of need the walkway to be low to the ground, and build the factory up around it. So I will rebuild the walkway. Is that right? That's right. At least this is the general plan. I haven't actually tried plonking these on the ground, so I probably will still need a bit of a riser. So I might need some ramps up to get to this walkway, but still, I don't want it to go too high, and so to get around that. This one, I'm going to start with the walkway down low. Maybe I should save this as an actual alternate template, because there might be other ones where we need the walkway to be low. Although it doesn't take long to rebuild the walkway, as you can see, so... But this means I can't have logistics running under the floor like I did with the other one here. So all logistics going from one side of the factory to the other in this one will need to go up and over. Okay. Let's save this now. This is rotors left. And this one here is rotors right. Come back, keyboard. I think this keyboard is too far over this side. Maybe I should move it further in. I didn't want it overlapping with the icons, which is why it's shoved off to the side like that. Okay, so how do we make rotors in a 5 across and 7 across space with a walkway in the middle? Let's just check our master plan again. Okay. Oh, we got water in this one. Oh, yeah. Okay, we got the refineries. And constructors. Okay, this isn't too hard. I think if we put the refineries on one side and the constructors on the other side, this actually works out quite well because we have enough room for one constructor at the front and 2 at the back. And the refineries, I'm pretty sure I can fit 2 refineries on the other side. And then we can put the assemblers above. How many are here? What am I overclocking? 133.5. So I can probably do this as 3 assemblers with less overclocking, with underclocking, to get that 30 rotors per minute output. So we're doing steel screws, copper sheets. That's a lot of steel screws, but we're doing them because it's all contained to a blueprint, so why not? I have no idea which side the water's going to come in, so I'm just going to put screws on this side and copper sheets on the other side. Now, even though the walkway is low, I might actually raise these up a little. At least the constructors. Okay, we're in the layout phase, so wherever I chuck them, I can always rebuild them. Now, this needs to take into consideration that we need to be able to fit within the edge of the blueprint. So that is within the edge of the blueprint, so we want to make sure we stick to this side of the beam if possible. So putting that there would fit, but these constructors would then be right next to each other and the arms will hit each other, which is a personal pet peeve of mine. If we go across one more, yeah, if we go forward one and then forward that way, or we just move this across one that way. So if we move it across like that, the arms won't hit each other and that won't hit the walkway. That's pretty good spacing. It just means this is not going to be centered in the pillars here. I mean, it could, but I don't think it's a problem with it being off axis like that, especially if the rest of it is all nice and neatly lined up then. The constructors is the easy part. It's fitting the refineries in that's going to be a little tricky. Okay, we are making a trickle of steel beams, and then those steel beams are being turned into steel screws. Copy, paste. Now, I've used this arrangement before in another blueprint, and it was actually really a bit painful. I had 3 constructors making steel screws, but they needed to be at different rates, and the steel beams was coming out at a absolute trickle, which means if you didn't have balanced inputs, it took forever for them to actually reach saturation. I ended up getting around it by mostly balancing it and then preloading these with steel beams, which maybe I should do for this blueprint. So basically, you fill this up with steel beams as part of your blueprint. That way they start full, and you can even pre-fill this bit as well. In this case, it doesn't matter as much because this is a straight 50-50 split, and these are just being combined together. So it actually doesn't matter in this case. It's just, it was quite an interesting challenge and a situation where the old manifold trick just didn't work. Okay. Now I did do a very quick test with trying to fit refiners here, and I did do it. Now this is copper sheets, so let's have the copper coming in this side. So the trick is we need to leave enough room for the output at the front. To have this nudged across as far as we can close to the edge without going over it. Now I can go over the edge here a little, as long as I know what factory is next to it and that factory doesn't mind. In this case, I can probably also, because one option is I just take a chunk out of the path, and maybe I'll do that here. Yeah, because like this is not going to fit 2 across and not encroach on the path. Now, I could do it by putting one either side, but that will really complicate that mess, and I want to avoid that if I can. So if I put that there like that, it just means that this bit of the path is going to be a little narrower. And it's a pretty generous width path anyway. This is inputting, this is copper, steam copper sheets. Ooh, I've not bought it yet. I have to get that then, okay. So I just need to go like that. Now that pipe could be a little squeezy there. I don't think I'll clip too much. I might be able to get away with moving this back a little bit. Otherwise our pipes are going to encroach on our walkway a little. I mean, if the pipe is over the walkway, I guess it doesn't matter too much. Like if it's like that. It's actually not clipping through the fence, so as long as you're not putting scalding fluids through the pipe, then it's probably fine, right? Okay, I can't believe I don't have copper sheets yet. Have I really not made copper sheets? Steamed copper sheets, that is. Like, this playthrough I've been avoiding refineries as much as possible because I am currently running on coal power. So I only have a max output of 17 gigawatts. And refineries usually need 1 million of them, and they are power suckers. So, oh look, number 1 recipe there, steamed copper sheets. Oh, I'm going to miss out on automated miners. But this particular build, this is a pretty large nuclear build, and I'm trying to use local resources, and the local copper is not going to be enough unless I use steamed copper sheets. So that is why I'm... Plus, having a variety of buildings here, like this is not many refineries in the grand scheme of things. The thing is, they're so damn tall as well. I think I can... I think I probably do need foundations on the bottom of this, because it is going to be pretty close to the ground
Incoming
level.
propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
Already. Now the next bit is the 2 or 3 assemblers, which I probably should have started with one of those blueprints, and that's already made up. But I can just put a second floor here. How high do I want it? Do I want to leave extra space? That's probably fine. Excuse me. Yeah, it's just the output goes into the assemblers. So this will just be assemblers, and it'll be facing this direction, so the copper sheets can come up one side and the steel can come up the other side. Easy. Now, I've got to be careful here because that will clash with here, so fitting 3 across here might be a challenge because this is encroaching on this beam. So I do need to do some measurements. I think we're going to have to stick to 2 assemblers. But that's okay. So anyway, I'm going to take a short break and have a drink. We have Twitch wanting to run some ads for you. You can avoid ads by subscribing or using Twitch Turbo, and if you have Twitch Prime, you can use that to subscribe and be ad-free. But so people don't miss out, I'm going to take a break and use it as an opportunity to have a drink while the ads are running. So back in a few minutes.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay, we are back on the edge of the beautiful Titan Forest, overlooking the swamp, and we are building overly complicated blueprints that are designed to fit together in a circle, so they are not square-shaped. Now, this side on the right, we can see we have this refinery is extending out a couple of meters from this support, so just 2 meters out. So on this side, measure 2 meters out. That's kind of where the edge of the refinery is going to be, along here. So whatever we build on this side can't overlap that. Now we have to fit 2 or 3 assemblers in here. And given the Space Hog refineries are there, might just go with 2. Because basically, you know, that power indicator would be overlapping that refinery. Basically, it would be there. So there would be fine. Now we've got a fair amount of space here, so can put that there. That'll still give us enough room. Like, we don't need that pylon, that pole there necessarily, or it could be simplified. And this is well within the space of the edge there, so maybe I do just spread it out a little bit and make use of the room. So these do need to merge together. We could actually put the mergers underneath. Although we need to merge it and then split it. Or, actually, 2 assemblers, 2 constructors making them. So, where's the rotor? Copper rotor. Copy, paste. 195 per minute. We were overclocking this by 135% or something like that. It's not like 30 rotors a minute total. Oh, yeah, 135%, which would be 115 per minute output. 15 per minute output. Copy, paste. And so that needs 260 screws, which that is outputting. Now, can we line these constructors up so that they feed directly into the assemblers? I'm guessing probably not. I mean, I could move it across, actually. Because that is still well within well, that is still right on the border of the blueprint cutoff, but that's okay. Like, I'm pretty sure that is okay. Yeah, that's in the border, no problem. Okay, so that's that position. So where's the other one fit? Okay, that will need to move quite a bit across. And is probably going to be too close to the other one. Actually, that does fit. It fits if we have these rammed right next to each other. But if we go one across, could we move this? This was one across, it'd be kind of overlapping this, and we're already losing some space on the other side. So that's flush. If we go 2 meters across, we could do potentially have it like that. That's too close. Okay. But if we did a splitter or merger there, it would be a little compact. But then you could do that no problem. Still need to bring the copper sheets across. And having a splitter right under there is going to be a bit annoying. And having one up here is not going to work because that's too close for a vertical lift. If we had a vertical lift there, it'd have to be moved back that far. So I think that pole is in jeopardy on this level. Might not matter, actually. Maybe I don't care about that pole on this level. Because down below, it's sort of is the arch over the walkway, but we can put these across here and then ignore the upper ones here. Or we could do one in the middle, perhaps, or something like that. Because this one does need to vertically stack, so I need to remember that this one, we do need multiple copies and they do stack, I think. I mean, we can quickly check it. Let's quickly check it. Uh, 262. This one is nice round numbers other than this. We could increase this by overclocking this more. Yeah, 2 of these and 2 of these, so these will be vertically stacked. So this one will need to vertically stack. The quick wire one did not. We fitted it all in one blueprint. So this does need to stack. Okay. Copper sheets. So this will be over this side, lined up there. So we're going to take out these middle ones here because we've got logistics going across. I mean, if we could put a splitter there, it'd be nice, because that way we don't need to vertically stack splitters. And then this would run across to something over here. So to get the auto connect working, we need a little stumpy bit there. And remember, this is the edge here, so we can come all the way out, or at least out a couple of meters, to there to auto connect that to there. So we need to somehow bring this up and merge it. I mean, I could bring it out another meter. I could... Currently it's in this position. I don't know if that's lined up correctly. Yeah, I was wondering about that. So we could actually bring the lift up on the edge here. So... bring it up like that. So copper sheets come up here, they run along here, that connects to there, that splits in to our two copper rotor assemblers. So the inputs will have a vertical splitter there for... yeah, this is the problem, is... when things are already this low, how do you put in a vertical manifold? Okay, so the input for the bottom will be down here, so that'll be like... and that'll be a teeny tiny bit of steel ingot. Because this is... actually, it's not a teeny tiny, but this is underclocked. How big an underclock is it? This needs 5, that needs 5, so this would be 66%. Or 10 per minute. So 10 steel in. The water's going to be a pain. Water. No, that's not right. I mean, if we have an input there, we could tuck it next to the walkway. always feed your fluids in from above. Gravity is a thing. Actually, that might not be the right position. Maybe we just go like this. I'm tempted to bring this up to about the floor level of that. Although if I bring it up to there, it's kind of lined up with these pipes here. I have no idea if these pipes are going to look decent. I mean, that one looks okay. Okay, that actually looks pretty good. And then we have a good old floor hole. Maybe put that over here. Sort of between the pillars. It might look like an interesting feature. Like that. Now that is 4, 8, 12. So that is a certain height. Actually, we need this to be vertically manifoldable, so this needs to be a T-piece. So this will connect up to the next blueprint that is attached above it. Now this is how high? 4, 8, 12. Actually, let's use our measuring tape. How big is a refinery height-wise? 31 meters. So let's call it 32 meters if we're snapping these on top. So 32 meters, 64. If there's 2, it'll be 32 plus 14, which is 46. So if we have a single Mark II pump at the bottom of one of these, it will pump to both of them. I will put the pumps on manually, however, because I don't know what the water source is at this stage. I mean, I could put it on and then just delete it off one, couldn't I? How close to the ground do I want to be? Or do I want to be further up here? I suppose if I put it down here, I know it's going to be enough for both blueprints. And that will make it easier, because if the input is just like a meter or 2 out, that would suck. Whereas putting that there, and then supposedly we're supposed to rebuild these segments of pipe. Right. That's it. Okay, we need output. We haven't got the output yet. So the output of the rotors. Input is here. It'd be nice if the output was like here. But, you know, we've got the water input there, and we got the rotors output there. No need to merge it, thanks. I'd really like this to face this way so you can see the rotors coming down. So what I'll do is I'll build another hole here. That way I can control which direction this is facing. So I have our output come down here. So this is a much lighter blueprint than the mess that was the quick wire. Probably about the same height though. Okay, can we test this? Let's do basic power and just whacking down dirty old poles. I'll do neat power another time. Okay. Rotors output, steel input, water and copper input. Where can I steal some steel to test the steel? I can probably steal from the heavy modular frames factory, which is reasonably near here. I wonder what else is near here that we could possibly steal from. So that's rotors left. And we will do a second rotors left on top. I need some extra supports to make sure this height is matched, because I think that won't, because the highest point is the assembler indicator light, which would be bad. Is that higher than the lights? Yes. Is it higher than those? Yes, it is. Okay, so... Oh, how about these? Oh, they're high. Ooh. Okay, so we need to build these up so that they are above the stacks. So I can come down 1 meter. There is a 1 meter down there, so they're temporary. I will rebuild them later. But it looks like it will actually be a multiple of 4 once we're finished, which will be nice. I'm not too worried about the middle ones at the moment. I mean, I could go turn on the steel mill, which we did all wire up. Actually, no, the steel mill was a bit hodgepodge. I don't know if we did fully connect it up or not. So let's just stack these as is directly. Got lots of space here. That's because we have sodding big refineries on the other side. Nudge it across. Now this should auto-connect back there, which it is, and that should be the only auto-connect point. We've got some clashing walkways there. That's space because the right side is doing all the walkways, so that's fine. Ooh. Oh no, that's because of the foundation. Okay, that's fine. So I haven't actually figured out what to do with things that have a walkway that is 2 levels. What I could do is have like a separate walkway that kind of runs up the side here that allows you to access the walkway on the next higher level. But as you can see, this blueprint in particular is a lot less dense than the first blueprint, but it is complicated by refineries just being so damn tall. So theoretically, we don't need that pump. And I've just realized I have failed. Where did that go? Crap. I have failed to do the vertical splitter for the input resources and the output resources. Yeah, these need to be vertical splitters and mergers, so when they stack, they join together. Bane of this playthrough is the vertical splitter and merger. And that will connect to there. That's fine. Okay, let's try and resolve the vertical splitter and merger. Fluids in this case, the fluids are the easy part. I'm gonna redo this because to make room for a vertical, that's gonna not have enough room. I don't even know if I've got enough room here to do this. I suspect I don't. I mean, that doesn't have anywhere to go at the moment, so we're pretty much just wanting a vertical splitter and we want it in the middle. It's not going to work. You know what? I'm just going to have to put a splitter here, and then I'm just going to have to do a vertical run for the final build. That's all there is to it, and that's fine because it's only 2 of them. But I'll put the input on this side so we've got more room to mess around with. This we do have enough room to do it, I think. But the fact that that is lined up with that means it's going to be a bit messy. Because that will eventually come up to there like that. Oh, we're going to need a hole. I think I should put this on first. This is not going to like me doing a hole because it's at the bottom of the blueprint. Maybe. It was a bit fussy with it before. Yeah, doesn't like it. Okay. That's fine. As long as we've got that there, we really need a hole above it to allow us to go up easily. So let's actually put a hole there. That will allow, when we do this blueprint on top, it will allow us to connect to the vertical splitter there and then bring it down to the hole there. Now let's change this a bit because that's going to overlap. So let's actually move this to here. So for this one, I need to start from here, go higher, then attach this splitter there, then delete this top. So now when we build the blueprint above, we can build from this going up, and it will snap to the whole of the other blueprint. That should be a merger though. Damn it. I knew that. I was testing you. Okay, there we go. So we've got the vertical ones for the incoming resources, we've got the vertical one for the outgoing resource. So they should now be stackable and joinable. And over here, pipes are no problem. This one we will just have to put in a vertical merger manually because it's too low to the ground. I mean, I could raise it up. I guess I could raise this to here like this. Put in a lift like that. Bring that around. Oh, you... Why? Why will it not let me do that kind of support? It used to. It used to work. Okay, now I can put a hole here. I can connect a lift from here up like that, and I can snap this on there. And a Mark III is tons. So now if I delete that, we've got a connection below, and we can connect from there up to the one above. Done. Okay, it's a little bit odd that it raises up and then goes down again, but it's fine. Now were there some overlapping things I needed to fix? Yes, this walkway I needed to delete. Like that. Tidy these up. I mean, I'll probably rebuild them another 3 or 4 times. But at the moment, if I just do it like that, it's going to be an exact height. It's going to line up nicely. That is getting laggier and laggier as I hit save. Maybe I should restart the game before it crashes. Where's the fun in that, though? So are those vertical lifts actually going to go, or are they still bugged? Hang on. That's the left one. Ah, I pressed the wrong button. Okay, that's better. That's better. Okay, so to connect these together, first we get rid of the extra pump. We can even skip that hole entirely and just go straight down to there. Now here, we should be able to connect from here and then connect to there. And this one we should be able to connect from there up to there. And the output, we need to connect from, actually this is an input as well. We need to get under there, and then that connects down into that hole there. Okay. Right. They connected, power needs to be manually connected. Top level needs connecting, okay. I knew that. Right. Okay, so we need copper, we need steel, and we need water. Just to test it, because I would like to test it to make sure it's functional. One water extractor should be plenty. Now there'll probably be a lot more height between this blueprint and the water level, so I am expecting there to be a pump after any water extractor. Something like that. Oh, that's messy. Oh well. Okay, that is the output. Let's go a little lower. I don't know. Will that actually work? If I just go blah 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 blah. Yes, yes, it will. Okay. This is an input. That's the steel input, and this is the copper input. This container's around the wrong way. Hang on, that's the wrong way around. Oh no! We got the classic blunder where this bit of the lift is broken again. This happened to the other blueprint. This is why we had the rebuild this bit of the lift sign. That's better. Stupid bloody vertical mergers and splitters. Okay. Oh crap, what's going there? Deuterium, no! Too slow. That was leftovers from a previous test. Damn it. Okay, now that's connected. We need to redo the power. What is this bit from? Is that bit not deleted properly? Oh, right, that's in the edge of the refiners now. I remember that. Yep, okay, all good. I know what it was. I was testing you. Okay, so this bit here is going to be things are bugged. Rebuild this bit here, please. And then this goes up to the next level. Pipe join. Power for the whole blueprint. Water. Okay, this is Sparta. Or copper. I mean, this at least should test the copper sheets. So we should get, even if it's just 40 copper, it should be split 20-20, 10-10. So each of these should get 10, which looks like it is enough to make some copper sheets. So we should be able to see copper sheets come out of here. And they should split into both of those assemblers. And same up here. Okay, what? I've not done power connector. Why is it not? Oh, right. Okay. We have to rebuild this little bit here on this one as well. So it's not just the bottom one. Or I need to build it on both. There we go. Both refineries kick in. Copper sheets split into both. So we've got copper sheets in both of these. Excuse me. Oh, crap. Oh, there was junk in the other output as well. Oh, no. This is what I get for not cleaning out things properly. Oh. Which means my steel input is when you're doing tests, people, properly reset your testing conditions between each run of the test. I know the copper sheets work, so I'm just going to manually chuck some copper sheets in here. Oh, ah! Stop plummeting! Okay, now I need some steel to test the screwy side of things. Where am I going to get steel from? Okay, we've got a steel factory over there that's not properly connected up. Or is it oil? Yeah, actually it might be connected up. That might be the closest steel. Let's go find out, shall we? I think there's power over there. This is the shiny aluminium blueprint. And this is the pretty basic steel blueprint. I did not connect the oil up, but I did actually set the oil a pumping. I don't know if I actually fully connected all of this together. Okay, did I actually put the right input in the right place? Oil in. That's correct. Let's pump it a bit. Oil. I guess the steel must come in this side. Steel output. Sorry, I need... You know, I haven't actually tested this blueprint yet, right? Ah, that's right. The iron comes in along the top. Iron ore. We need iron in here. That's cement. I think this is the iron right here, actually. Looks irony, doesn't it? Don't laugh at me, Bean. As I said, this section over here is kind of just temporary blueprints stacked down just to get an idea of scaling. So this is wet concrete here, that's aluminium there, this is the steel there, and there's caterium there, but none of it's actually connected because none of it is actually in its final position here. Okay, why are we not getting oil? Oh, why are we not getting oil? Ah, no power. That would be why. You have no power here. Seem to be missing a connector beam at the top there. I suppose this is a good test of this blueprint. Where's the... Ah, oh, that's right, there's pipes. It'll take some residue to fill up the pipe, I think. Yeah, this is the output here, so the residue needs to actually... Why is that just not going from one to the next? I mean, I know why before is because we actually had some two load balance that went into the one. But there's not really a lot of reason to have that like that here. Hey, there we go. Crunchy, crunchy steel.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected.
Already?
Please seek shelter.
What's the time? 10:30, okay. Okay, well, let's take an ad break while this steel is pumping. It's going to take a little bit to generate a whole bunch that we can take home. So I'm going to pause here for a few minutes while Twitch does its ad thing. And there's an auto-saving coming. Let's just let that kick in. And I'll be back after the break to continue testing.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Okay, we are back. We are in the swamp stealing some steel so we can test our new rotor's blueprint. I am surprised these machines are still running, given that the output doesn't have anywhere to go. And like even these bottom machines, the residue is probably... Oh, it's actually not... The resin isn't fully backed up yet. Oh, you know why? It's because I was paused. Because when you like hit the pause button, I had the game paused while I was away, which means there's some steel. Okay. Why is this idle? It's waiting for more coke, I think. No. Residue is not backed up fully yet. Steel is coming out. Oh, does this make a chunk that's so large that 83 is as much as it can carry? Yes, okay. It must do a... Oh, that one doesn't have a recipe. What the? Oh well, Kirby settings. Paste. Oh, I love that new feature. That is so useful. I mean, that is probably plenty of steel. We probably do not need any more steel than that. Now let's actually just cut off our sources. And I'll cut these power so they don't skew the power graph or clog things up. We'll just let this run and use up whatever resources it's got left, because when I delete this, it's going to fill my inventory with junk. Yeah, okay, it does 20 steel per tick, or per cycle. That is a lot of steel. Okay, my inventory is full. This is way more steel than I need. At least the blueprint works. That's good to know. And having this location for the steel is pretty good because the iron's right there and the oil is right there. So I think the general location of these, like this is the aluminium. It's going to need oil as well, but it also needs bauxite, which we need to bring in. The caterium comes from... Well, let's scan for it. Oh, is it up there or is it back there? Behind there. Okay, so the caterium will probably come down here. We could actually chuck the smelters for the caterium up the back there. If we didn't want to bunch them all together, but I probably will keep them bunched. Okay, let's head back up to our blueprint making area and let's test this. Test to see if this blueprint is actually doing what it should. After accidentally like shoving the wrong product into it 3 times. Don't want to jinx it, but I haven't seen a stinger all evening. Okay. This is the output. It can go in here, which is empty. This is the output from the upper level. This is the input, and this is the steel input here. So this needs to connect to there. And then this connects to a place that gives me steel. So this is where we accidentally pumped it full of quick wire. So this should be empty now. Let's put steel in it. I should have grabbed some more copper while I was there. Steel is properly going up the levels. Constructors are doing their constructing. First steel beam is away. I wonder what I can do to turn that lift around so it's facing the same way as this one. Yes, I definitely could put a hole there. I'm kind of surprised I didn't already. to get this lift to face the right way. So now screws are going in both of these. I think both of these. This one's busily going. Why is this not one busily going? Maybe it didn't have enough copper sheets. There you go, rotors. This is blocked. What's going on here? Okay, is it bugged on the one that's upper level as well? Yes, yes it is. So this is not connected properly. It's kind of odd. And now it is. I just rebuilt it and that was it. Okay. So I need to rebuild that one lift. And fix the alignment of that one. And I think that's it. So we are successfully having rotors output. And all the rotors are getting jammed down here for some reason. Why are they getting jammed? Do we need to because it's a lift attaching to a floor, which is bugged as. Actually, no, that lift should be fine. It's this one here that would need rebuilding. I think we might have run out of resources already. Again, ran out of copper sheets. Actually, you know what? I've got a bloody supply depot of copper sheets, but I didn't steal from that, some from there. So that many copper sheets and that much oil, we should get all of these to spring into action and make a bunch of rotors. Okay, rotors are coming down from above and they're now actually going into the container. Cool. It works other than all the dodgy vertical splitters and mergers. You know what? I'm just going to delete this and blueprint. Which one was it that had the sign, or did they? I think they both had the sign. Yeah, that'll do. So we need to rebuild that one. Anything that connects to a hole, basically, we need to rebuild it. That one there should be fine. And I think those are the only ones that go up and down between blueprints, just those two. Okay, cool. Now I wanted to clean up the constructor lifts back here. I mean, this one doesn't actually need a hole. Although if I have a hole for both, it would be more visually consistent. I don't know if that connected. That connected. That connected. I'm trying to hear the tick and I'm not sure I can hear it. Let me turn my volume up. Hang on a sec. Crank it up. Yes, okay, that did tick. Do not trust it. That definitely ticked. Okay, so now they're facing the same way, so at least they're visually consistent. That's all right. I think that is... Have I forgotten anything? So this input here this is steel. It's not much steel. I'm just going to check the plan. Rotors 80 per minute, which means it'd be 40 per minute per blueprint. Which I could have figured out just by looking at the constructor input, really. It's like a... And it's 40 per minute per blueprint, so obviously that needs to be increased depending on how many stacks you have. Okay, steel goes in there. This over here. Actually, I'll put the volume on the side. Copper, 22.5. I think that's times 2. So that is 45. I know why it looks funny. Should be that, maybe? I don't know. Maybe it's the black font that looks funny. Or maybe I usually use a smaller sign for this. Just looks a bit odd compared to how I normally have these signs. Okay, and the water's the water. Not worried about specifying that. So, rotor's right is done. Rotor's left is done. Functionally done, not architecturally done, but done enough to be functional. Okay. Now, it's a bit late for me to start another blueprint tonight. Oh, that's right, there's two. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to throw down these two new blueprints out in the factory, kind of where they might be placed, and see if they actually kind of fit where they're going. I think this was the sample at the height that I was going to settle on the walkway being at least a target height. So the target height is for the walkway to be 2 meters above this bit here. I'm going to turn that volume down a bit because that's a little loud. Okay. Now the problem is there's this section here and here which are lumpy. So I can't really put... This is lumpier here, actually. This is the one that's less lumpy. So this one will need to be higher. Obviously, if I put a 2 meter walkway here, it's not going to fit. Also, I still need room underneath for logistics. And even in the new blueprint, I've still got logistics. So... how many out from the edge was it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. That's right. We line it up here. So we don't have 6 here. One, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so it actually lines up with this square here. These are going to be stubborn to take down, aren't they? Or are they? These aren't the same as the black ones. Aha. Pop. It's a shame that this is here, because these are nice big ones and they're right where the factory needs to go. Ooh, it doesn't have a cutting symbol. Why do I have so many screws in my inventory? This didn't move. Don't tell me this one's permanent. Oh, that's going to be a pain. I have power here? That's an interesting sound. I do not have power here. I have the sound of a jetpack constantly going off in my ear. Okay, now it's stopped. So that's normally where it would go, except it'd be that high to get the walkway to the right height. That's actually not too bad, ground clearance wise, if it wasn't for this sodding big thing in the middle that seems to not be choppable. Try something a little bit more explosive. I mean, I could try putting it there instead. Oh, this is probably going to kill me. No, let me get higher. Oh shit, this is too high. Okay, maybe not, maybe not. I mean, maybe I do leave that as... Let's try going around to the next one around. Let's let that one live. It's determined to. Let's see if we can chop down ones and fit them in here, because if that bit of ground there is as far back as I think it is... Timber... Or is it... I don't know. It's not timber exactly. Because this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 out. So this is a much sticky, uppier bit of land here. Rotor's left, so yeah, I'll line it. That's centered, so normally it'd be that height. 1, 2, 3, 4. That might clear the rest of the walkway. Actually, it's not too bad because we could always go... yeah, that's like... Oh, a bit of grass and flowers will stick through. But I still think that's not too bad, depending on how the rest of it lines up. Now, we have a second one on top. Oh, I've still got those bloody... boundaries for the refiners there. Why is that not lined up? That didn't line up. What did I snap that to? Oh crap. was close. Okay, I'm not going to wire this up because this is kind of just placing it down to see what it would look like. So because this one is higher than the other ones would be, we would have probably some ramps from here leading it down to the normal height. We've still got enough room under here to get the logistics in and out. This would walk up here, and then it would dip down to join onto the rest of the main walkway out to the nuclear stations. Although logistics of tunneling other materials through might be interesting. So that's what the rotors would look like out in the wild. So if we're leaving this one blank, the quick wire would be good here, but there is still a bit of a hill there that would get in the way, I think, because the quick wire one, it is actually elevated up a bit. Let's try the quick wire one over here. You know what, I'm just going to delete everything except the outer arc, because that's the important one. Yeah, quick and delete this too, because that's going to be covered in the blueprint. But we might want a snapping point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Quick wire left. That's centered based on the positions of the pillar. Now this would lower down to there, but then up to. Then quick wire right. So yeah, this actually wouldn't come down more than that because the main walkway is 2 meters above. So you can see how the corners of the blueprints overlap there. We've got our walkway through the middle. So the walkways, this walkway is higher than normal because of the ground clearance there, but the rest of them should be around that height. And then if we look at the edge here where the 2 blueprints meet, you've got your overlapping beams here. You've got your pillars overlap a bit over here. So from the outside, they look currently like that. And you can see our factory parts here do not overlap at all. So we have clearance between the 2 factories, but we've used more of the space rather than just the 5 across the front. We've actually used 7 meters width across the back. So that's the concept. And basically there'll be different factories all the way around, or at least most of the spots are way around. There'll be probably 1 spot free, and there'll be 1 spot where it'll be a little different because there'll be a train station involved. I think either that one or that one will have a train station integrated as part of the area. So that may affect how the actual little factory in that area, which will be quartz, is handled. probably there, because I think the train is going to come out of there and then pull in here. Okay. It's a shame these refineries are so tall. There is a lot of space in there. There's a lot of space. And looking at this, I could move these over more, because there's a lot of space in the middle here, and we don't need to use it. The main thing is down here, we are cutting into the walkway here. But this is still like a full foundation wide, so it is fine. And then you'd have like your edge continue on here. And then go out to the reactors there. Need to decide whether these inner pillars are going to go all the way up or whether they're just going to cap. I think for this one it'll cap it, but the edge ones will go all the way up, so there's a solid column all the way around between them. And we need to figure out a roof line. Ugh. Okay. Caterium I might move over here somewhere, because the quick wire, because the Caterium comes from over there, but then again so does the steel. So the steel and Caterium will come in from here. So I might put the quick wire here, or maybe either side, and I might put a different factory there. There's going to be a mess of logistics under here. It's going to be interesting. Okie dokie. That is probably a good point to wrap it up. Oh, this is taking a while to do, which I knew it would. I was hoping to get a little bit further in the blueprints tonight than I did, but we've got 2 down at least, 2 functionally down. Hello, man. Just in time to say goodbye. Yeah, hi, man. Yes, just in time to say goodbye. So we are in the swamp working on a nuclear power station. Let's just call it BPs, the blueprints. So tonight we have built 2 blueprints, or technically 4, but 2 mini factories. So we built, let me just go over what we have done. We built the first blueprint we built was quick wire, with effectively 25 assemblers. There's a bit of overclocking involved, but there's actually 2 halves to this blueprint, here and here. And then we built another 2 blueprints which combined together make rotors. And the amount of rotors we need, this one actually stacks vertically, and we will connect those 2 up. This is based on a blueprint which is effectively 5 foundations across the front and 7 across the back. So when combined together, the blueprint size and shape here is non-square. And the idea there is, because these are arranged around a circle, there's more space at the back here. So this allows me to use the full width of the back and also cram a walkway through the middle here, with still using the space efficiently. So it's a bit cramped on the bottom floor because we've just got a little bit of space at the front either side, but we've got the full width of 5 at the front and 7 at the back for the higher layers. So basically I'm going to be doing each little factory based on this structure, and we'll go around the complete ring of the foundation. Thanks Mad. And these are very much just functional at the moment. I have not put any prettiness on them at all. They are solely just machines in place, basic power, basic logistics to get it working. Okay, let me just... Actually, I'll exit the game here and I'll go back over the blueprint and show you what we've done and what we've still got left to do. I'm going to take my headset off. Oh, that's taking a while to quit. There it goes. Okay, to take my headset off so the mouse properly works. So yeah, this is the blueprint here. That is for the rotors. That was a much simpler one than the first one. The other one was simple. It was just a heck of a lot of assemblers. This one, as you can see, I was toying with the idea of, instead of using the steamed copper sheets, I was toying with using just normal copper sheets. But you can see the steam ones take 60 copper. If we had 0 of those, then it would take 6 constructors and 120 copper, and we're pretty copper starved in this area. There's not a huge amount of copper, so that's why I decided to go with the refineries, even though they're huge bastards that make vertical stacking very messy. I've found noise for it. Looks cool anyway. Somehow shoved 24 load balanced assemblers into a Mark II blueprint machine. Yeah, well, this one, it wasn't actually 25 assemblers. There were, let me think, 6 on the bottom, and I think there was 8 on each of the other floors. But effectively, I overclocked a few of them to bring it up to the 25 needed to get the full 2,250 quick wire out. And I did all that in one blueprint, but there was some overclocking involved. So we've done that one. Aluminium's already done. Steel's already done. Deuterium's done. And that one's done. So this one is effectively the one blueprint, but I split it into 2 because it's going to be 10 stacks high if I don't split it in 2. So yeah, we've got, that one's just basic silica. The iron and copper one is just going to be foundries, so that one will be nice and easy. The heatsink one is actually pretty easy. And because we need to, it does have refineries though, which means if we stack 3 high, it's going to be pretty huge. So I might actually, given what we did with the assemblers today, if we make that 3 and then we overclock these to 150, then, and we can probably overclock those a bit, then that'll bring that down to 2 high, so it doesn't get too ridiculously high. Steel we've done. So yeah, so heat sinks will be straightforward. The electromagnetic rods is going to be pretty huge because this will probably take 2 blueprints to fit everything in, just because there's quite a lot of assemblers plus 2 refineries. So this will probably take more, and by 2 I mean 4 effectively, because I'm splitting it into halves to get the odd shape. I could try cramming it into 1, actually, because the assemblers could stack 3 high. So if we have these on the right, and then we have those on the left, and those in the middle, and those on top, we might be able to do it in 1, which would save me a heap of room. Because again, refineries are bloody tall when you stack them. And the crystal oscillator ones, that one's going to be interesting because there's just lots of different things. Again, I was experimenting with different wire recipes, but I decided to just go with iron wire. And that one's got manufacturers in it, but they fit pretty well in the current blueprint plan. So that's what I'm got left to do. Can I do all of those next session? I don't know. I'll give it a go. We'll see how we go. At least we've kind of worked out some of the kinks in the general way the blueprints fit together. And I've got a better idea on what I can cram into them. So I think we should be pretty set to make some good progress next time. And just recapping, this is kind of what the rough outline or layout was going to be. So again, that's where the rotors, that's where I actually put them there. Oops, zoom in please. So at the end, that's where I put them there. I put the quick wire here just to kind of see how it fits. It might not fit there because this is a bit of lumpy ground here. So I might put the quick wire here and move this ore processing to here and make this one a low central part as well. But this is kind of the rough layout of all the bits. And then we have resources down there for the raw ores and concrete. So these will all feed in to the center section, then we'll make all the parts and then we'll feed them out to the reactors. So I'm going to leave it there. Thank you very much for watching. It is 20 past 11 p.m. here in Western Australia. Let me go to the outro screen. And I will bid you all a good night. Thank you very much, everybody who hung out, had questions, or just lurked. I really appreciate your support. I will be probably streaming tomorrow night some more Subnautica, if that interests you at all. Otherwise, it'll be back on next Friday to continue this build. And I am going to stop the YouTube stream here.